Hello and welcome back to Rolex Play, where we roll dice and play games. You've joined us for our weekend campaign. Yeah, we've done this before. Technical difficulties. Bear in mind, I'm not a professional. However, Jack will give us a little recap on what just happened. So please, Jack, give us a recap. End this misery.
Everything's buggered. We've made an ally in Diplo. We're now trying to make plans. I'm not doing that entire spiel again.
Excellent.
Okay.
I think that's good enough, to be honest. I think that is a good recap. And yeah, we're just going to dive in from there, because why not? So the party find themselves waking up back in Alakshayr, where they've spent most of their time now, waking up in the main workspace homestead of Thodain. You've all used the kind of storage unit next door as your camping area, all with your makeshift bedrolls and little sleeping arrangements that you've made. And you've now woken up in the morning. How you wake up is mainly just through bodily exhaustion catching up to you and just kind of bringing you slowly awake, because there are no windows. There's no sounds that you can hear. So it is literally just your own body clocks waking yourself up. So I'd probably imagine that the first one to wake up is Sienna, followed by the rest of you as you are slowly woken up by the creaking sound of the stone and wooden floorboards moving back and forth as she steps through. But the morning is yours. You've all awoken, and it's a bright, fresh new day for you to act as you see fit. I kind of leave it to you guys, because it sounded like you had a bit of a plan that you wanted to execute. So we'll just kind of go from there. Whoever wants to go first can go for it.
Go ahead, sorry.
Well, I was just gonna say that he's gonna hate this early in the morning, but Thorn's probably gonna go up to Thodain, and just be like tell him the events of, the last day with the prison and what happened and why she did what she did. But that's just what I had at first thing.
I mean, we're definitely if you want to do it, we're definitely not doing it like that. Just like, I tell him about the events. No. You'll tell me in character.
I was just okay. I mean, I was Jesus.
I tell her about the terrorism, and we're gonna move on to someone else.
I just wanted to sum it up and just wait for your. You know what? Somebody else go. Fucking, I hate this. But yeah, Thorn approaches Thodain probably while they're making coffee or something. She's like, "Hey, I need to talk to you about something."
Yeah. What is it? Also, do you want any? It just points at the kettle.
She grabs the largest mug she can find and she just offers it.
That'd be the liter-sized mug that says, "I've cut down to 1 cup."
Yeah. But she's sort of like she's muttering because she knows Diplor is still around and she doesn't know, how he's gonna feel about this. She doesn't know anything really about what's going on, so she's just basically going through the events, being like, I followed him, I tracked him to the prison. He killed the guys that were, well, I trapped him inside first of the cell, but he killed the prisoners that we caught on the ship, and then he blackmailed me, and I had to let him out. And then he pulled out this thing, and it disintegrated half the prison. So it was him that did all that damage inside.
Thodain's gonna look at his mug. His eyes will quickly dart to the liquor cabinet and shake his head now, just like, right. So to be very brutally honest about the situation, you're an accessory to all of that. Under duress, but still.
I know. But like I couldn't have done anything else.
I don't disagree. Max, just to confirm, Diplo said he's dying, right?
Oh yeah, he said he's not got long left to live.
Okay, cool. But
He
he's
said his
also...
mask is what gave him his immortality.
Yeah. The only thing I've got is not long for somebody who's been alive centuries could mean anything. So, right. Well, hopefully he. Can't believe I'm saying this. He passes before he can implicate you. But unfortunately, we need him right now, so I can't exactly just turn him in. Beyond the fact that you'd get in the shit too.
Well, after he invited me to go with him, and I said no because I felt bad enough. And then, well, you know who was in that room.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for what I did.
You didn't do anything. You were manipulated. And look, unless you are some kind of technological genius that you've not revealed for some reason, you had no way of knowing what that thing would do. You're not really good with machinery and all that crap, right?
With what?
Machines.
Oh, no.
Okay, cool. So you didn't know. Bit odd that he killed them, then disintegrated them, but I'm getting the impression he's a sadist.
I think he wanted to really get rid of all the evidence. Is he
think...
listening right now? Because you're smiling, Max, and now I'm second guessing myself.
So
He
just-
slept on the because he slept on the couch.
He slept on the couch.
Yeah.
But I imagine with the foresight that you have and the privacy of this conversation, you would have waited until he had gone or done something. He's left the room.
Yeah. I wouldn't, like...
You were talking about him with him right there.
Yeah, no. She's, like, glaring at him. There's, like, 2 feet away.
He's just looking at you from afar.
They're having this conversation over him while he's having breakfast.
Like me, square shit talking across the hall.
Yeah. No, Thorn's smarter than that. She's not stupid.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're like, yeah.
I mean, I'm just saying that maybe that requires an intelligence saving throw, but no.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
But yeah.
Anyways.
Right. Look. The situation's not good. No other way to slice it, really. He's got us by the metaphorical short hairs here. We've got stuff on him too, but he seems to be past caring. Best thing we can do is try and wait it out. Get everything done that we can. And hope the mask takes care of him first.
Yeah. God, I can't. Sorry.
Wait a minute. Is Frey making a point? Max, is that why your window's a bit lower, so you're on eye level with his chest?
Stop. They don't know what's going on. Let's just not talk about it.
The people deserve to know.
No, they don't. No, they don't. But yeah, Thorn's gonna just nod and yeah, and he really messed me up last night when he said that, you know, my legacy, my blood, it's bad omens, curses, and that I might be the only one left so I'm still
Yeah,
hung up about that.
I get that. Fuck's sake, Max.
Just don't just ignore it. Ignore it.
It's difficult.
It's fine. It's
Anyway,
fine.
yeah, about that though, he's unapologetically a piece of shit. Let's not take everything he says at face value.
But what if? No, never mind.
Look, we'll look into it when we have the time. Frankly, we do not have that right now.
No, because there's I might know of a place,
Right.
but we can deal with that later, like you said.
Yeah. Because if anyone adds another goddamn thing onto this, I might have to start just doing something I don't want to do. Okay,
Yeah,
we've got, what is it, like 4 different active things going on?
yeah, and I want to help you. I want to help your sister. I really do, but I'm sorry.
I get,
everything up.
I'm going to be honest, that's not incorrect, yes. You didn't do it maliciously, but mistakes were made. Okay? But the important thing is you can learn. Okay? You already know that things could have been handled differently. Didn't have to follow him, did you?
No.
Okay. I get the initiative, and I appreciate the thought behind it. But in the future, we're going to need ways for everyone to reach out if we ever separate. Because we might be able to avoid that. But it's a learning experience. Okay, that's the good thing about these kind of mistakes. We walk away from them, and we do better next time. Okay, that's the important thing here.
The thing is if I'd have kept my stupid mouth shut, then he wouldn't have known that. No, he did. He did know. I'm an idiot.
I wouldn't go that far. What you are is, frankly, you're still a kid. Okay, you're still learning.
Yeah.
And frankly, the fact that you're not arguing that point says a lot about you. You've walked away from it. Okay? This is the most important thing about all of that. You'll grow. You're not going to make that mistake again. And look, we'll see if he can't teach you some of the shit I can do about. And taps his head. I just forgot my camera wasn't on. About the non-verbal way of getting in touch. You might be able to do it, you might not. We'll see. It comes in handy. If not, we'll see if there's any items we can get. But ignoring all of the personal stuff, let's focus on the thing we can actually do, which is communication. It's simple as that. Okay?
Okay.
Now, let's get some breakfast. Let's find a plan. Like, I think because today, Sienna's got her stuff right, and then just all over the place. Let's just get everyone together and make a plan for today.
Okay.
Okay, so you have your small conversation. People come and go from the room, either getting some items to prepare for the day, for any sort of jobs that you have lined up. But at one point, you do all find each other yet again to plan your movements for the day. It is as early as the crack of dawn. you've had necessary sleep to kind of be fully energized and ready for today. So you have a full day ahead of you to do whatever you wish to do. So depending on who you want present at this meeting, you can have them there, or you can ask them to step out for a second. But you have Diplor, you have Caspian, you have Snow Bear, and you also have your secretary as well. They are the 4 other NPCs that are within this circle.
Well, we gotta have Snow Bear there.
I think we can leave out Diplor and Caspian for. I just don't like. I don't like them. That's just me. My 2
I
cents.
think
but I want 'em in.
Caspian should stay though, because we need his info about the reserve.
Oh yeah.
And Samara is probably a good idea because for note-taking purposes.
Yeah.
Okay. So you kick out Diplor.
yeah, pretty much.
That's pretty much it.
Here's the thing.
Everyone's like in a huddle, and he's like left out.
Yeah,
Exactly. Like looking at the doorway.
I don't want him in my space without supervision.
Oh. So do you want him there or not? It sounds a little.
Do we trust him on his own? That's the real question.
Yeah.
Because
Look, I can understand that you might not want me here present, so I can just
the door on his face, like in front of the room.
I'll be outside waiting for you when you're ready.
Oh my god!
Done. Let's get started.
If he breaks anything, it's coming out of someone's paycheck.
Oh shit! I forgot. Thorn punched a hole in the wall.
A hole in the wall still.
Yeah, I have to fix that at some point. I'll do that today.
Did we fix it?
Today. No, we didn't.
I think Sienna fixed it. Leonie confirm in the chat.
Leonie.
Sienna tried to fix as much as possible, but then then Snowbear kind of looks over in that direction. Don't worry, I've put a poster up. I've covered the hole. It's fine. Bit of a draft, but it's all right.
It's like a newspaper.
Yeah, it's just a news clipping of like Thodain's first ever like debut on the news, and it's literally like the smallest printing in the right-hand corner. It's just in front of like mega news, and he's just there at the bottom, circled several times.
It was an important milestone, all right?
We didn't say
Right.
anything.
Well, what is the plan for today exactly?
Right. Well, I'm aware that everyone's got stuff going on, but I've only got now less than 2 weeks to find evidence for my sister, so I would really like to actually get started on that today.
That sounds fine. I could help out if you want.
Well, really, it's just going back to where we were when everything kicked off and finding the priest again. I just think I'm going to save some time, I'm not going to go in disguise, and I'm just going to be a bit more honest than the initial attempt. We were getting somewhere, but then, well, a riot.
Yeah. Well, I could go. I'll just need a new disguise. Which is not that hard.
Yeah, sure, we got the room for it.
Any recommendation? What should I look like?
This is more for you. So just whatever you want to look like.
All right. I'll be right back then. Actually, before I go, what turns to Thorn? Are you coming with us, or?
I was thinking about going to the reserve with Sienna, because she sort of like gives a side eye to Caspian. A person that I knew is connected through there. But I also wanted a disguise, a new look, change my hair, different color, something like that, to where I'm not noticeable.
we've got wigs, not much in the way of dyes. I don't really do that. So yeah, just make use of whatever's in there. There's clothes, wigs, some makeup if you want to add anything.
Samara will just kind of look over you, Thorn, and she'll say, I can help do something. I can help change your look around if you'd like. I have a dabble in some of the smaller bits of makeup and department of dressing, so I can help you there if you'd like.
Yeah, that would be great.
All right, let's go in then. And she just begins to like push you in. Well, let's see. I can do something with your hair. And she
Fuck.
I'll
It's
shout.
over. You're done.
I'll shout after them. It's the reserve, so make it look upscale.
Oh, of course.
No.
Opulent is the choice. And the door just closes.
Oh fuck.
Thorn's personal hell.
Yeah.
Comes out
What
in the
has he done?
poofiest dress imaginable.
With like
No.
golden locks.
Everyone
Like
just hears through the door, oh, these nails have to be sorted.
Yeah, like comes out in a
I
dress
had an
that's
outfit planned.
so
Fuck.
like, it's so starched he's stuck A-posing the entire time.
No, it's like she's like fighting to get out the door, and she's just yanked back in.
No, come back. She's
Help
yanked
me.
back through the door.
Samara
whilst that's going
is a
on-
level 13 barbarian, path of the tailor.
Hey, look, you don't mess around with someone who works in the art department, that's for sure.
Yep.
Okay, so while that's going on,
Robbie, calm down. You don't have to make good on that threat.
I just saluted. What the hell?
I
That's
will say,
rage.
I will say before we do move on, I think Thorn's gonna really put the brakes on some stuff.
uh-huh.
She's like, listen, I literally don't want to be spotted. Just neutral colors, nothing bright, nothing too fancy.
Of course, I wasn't going to dress you up like a clown.
Also, trousers, not a skirt.
Fine. She accepts her fate for the rest of it then.
Samara begins to help you with a new disguise. For the most part, she just kind of takes a lot of your prompts. She just asks you, which color do you prefer? And she just kind of matches it to the best kind of color palette possible. You end up going for quite a muted color. There is kind of like a flash of color here and there. Some of the prop plastic, well, it's not plastic in this world, but fake jewels and bits of like jewelry around you just to make you stand out a bit more. But the muted clothing really help just blend in with the rest. As she goes to kind of mess around with your hair a little bit, I could try and give it a little cut. There's not much there to begin with, but if you want to go for a different style, I could help with that. To be honest, you have very lovely hair, and I don't want to try and change the color. It's quite nice. So I think you're best just either hiding it completely or wearing one of these very nice and not so nice wigs.
No, we need to change it. It's just better if we do. I was thinking maybe just brown, make me look normal, you know.
You sure?
She sort of thinks about it for a second. No, but it's what I have to do. I'll be fine.
Right. Well, look, just I know it's probably a difficult thing, and I don't want to sound like I'm some sort of psychiatrist or anything like that. But going into a role like this, you have to still remember who you are. Can't just use it to hide away forever. You do need to have some elements of yourself still there, because if you look in the mirror and you don't see the same person, what's the point? You get lost. So just be careful there. But sure, we can go for a brown. do you have a preference on brown? Are we going for a muddy look or something a bit more auburny in touch? Autumn colours.
No, I think just a regular brown. I don't know much about colors.
All right, like a leathery brown. Okay, we have some of that here. Just relax. It might take a little bit to really sink in, but we'll start the process.
Thank you.
That's right. Not often do I get to dye someone's hair with permission, so thank you for
What?
letting me.
What does she mean by that? What does she mean by that? Okay. Sure.
So
Alright.
you
Yeah.
just begin to go through this this change, this physical change where your hair is being dyed, and you can hear at some point she kind of gets a little bit frustrated. This pink is quite difficult to hide. Don't worry, we'll get it sorted. After much like rinsing through, washing your hair, brush in hand, trying to like push it in the ink as far as possible. Eventually, you take off everything, and you can see now the hair is the same length as before, slightly more longer than it was previously, since your journey has been going for a while now. But it's kind of, you describe it to us. You describe what the hair looks like.
So I will say it's not like it's sort of it's not long enough to be awkward, where her hair is just sticking out every which way. But she does have sort of like more tuft towards the top, or it sort of pokes up a bit. Um, and for what I had as an idea for like the whole outfit, she had that bandana that she had. She gave her original one to Gildana, but she got a new one that's sort of green. So she got sort of like a kind of like a green that's sort of the same color as a jacket, instead of her cloak. Um, and she's sort of has these like mismatched colored jeans. She looks more like a ruffian, I would say. Kind of punk, but yeah. And she instead of tying the whole bandana over her hair, she would just like have it just hiding her symbol. But yeah, nothing too different or fancy, just a bit more colors into it.
And how does Thorn feel as the full outfit is fully assembled and made? Samara just kind of gives you a little rub on the side. It's all done. All finished. I'm just going to clean my hands, but I'll leave you in the room.
Get it on my jacket?
No, she hasn't.
Okay.
But you are now looking at yourself in the mirror alone, and your image is just completely different from what you're used to. How does that make Thorn feel?
She takes a minute to look at herself, not recognizing who she is, and she just balls her fist up, and she's just, this is what I need to do. This is good for us. It's good for me. She lets out a breath. And she sort of tears up, but she like quickly wipes it away. She's like, I can't stop. Okay. And she just bucks up, walks out.
Okay. The rest of you have had a few hours to prepare, plan, and execute said plan as Thorn was getting changed. Who does what, where, and what is discussed?
I believe Ben is disguising himself, making a disguise.
Okay. What does the disguise look like? You're moving away from Vanessa.
Yep.
Okay.
Because
Let me write this down.
Apologies. Not my fault. I had to fucking bust down a fucking revolution over there as Vanessa
This
can
is
show
gonna
up there. I'm gonna get my ass shanked, bro.
this is gonna end with you having a Rolodex of identities.
Yeah.
I'm gonna set up like a fucking roll table, man. No, but like shortish, around like slightly above chin length, curly hair, tiefling, but this time with red skin, with the horns kind of curling back, a little bit of a stubble, slightly more masculine physique, some muscle on him. Yeah. And yellow eyes as always. Pointy tail.
Okay, and name for this new identity?
Fucking Crimson? Sure, let's be edgy.
Crimson.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thought you were gonna be like, any ideas, guys? I was about like, oh hell yeah, but nope, it's Crimson. Cool.
As you kind of like announce this new persona of yourself, you see Snowbear look over. Crimson, son of Crim.
Who?
Well, I don't know. What's the why that name?
Because of the color?
Oh, of course. Ah, silly me. I didn't realize.
Can you see colors?
I
No
was
bear?
literally about to ask that.
Yes, of course I can. What makes you say that I can't see color?
What color's
Well-
my jacket?
Clearly grey.
What color is my old coat? Like the blue butterfly coat.
Grey.
Oh great, it's fucking
Oh,
colorblind.
buddy.
Oh,
We
and my
cannot take
eyes?
him-
Well, they're black. That was a trick question.
Oh
Okay.
dear.
Okay, Snow, you can't see colors. There's more than I'm gonna assume two.
No. What do you mean? What do you mean I can't see color? Of course I can see color.
It's probably because you don't have actual eyeballs.
Well, Thodain, he was your toy. Are you colorblind?
No, I color coordinate my outfits.
What color's your tie?
Red.
Oh. Okay. Just making sure. Jeez.
He starts looking at Thodain. Wait a minute. If I'm created from your consciousness, why the hell am I colorblind?
Because you weren't created from my consciousness, we don't know where you were created from.
But clearly there's been a path of everything that you've thought about. I've become. So why did you
Yeah.
want me to be colorblind?
I didn't, because I've actually had you be a detective, which would have required you seeing colours. I'm assuming it's because you don't have physical eyeballs or some shit like that.
Well, is it because you only see the world in gray and white or whatever? Black and gray? I
I'm
don't
a
know.
private detective. I'm aware of shades of grey.
Okay.
If you think about it this way, everything is a shade of grey.
No, that's just how you literally see the world.
I thought it was a literal thing that everyone was talking about.
No, it's a metaphorical thing about morality.
Mhm.
Oh. Well, I'm colorblind. So
Yeah.
what of it?
Should have played with him going to the optometrist.
Just saying this, we cannot take him into any bomb diffusing anything because he's.
Cut the
color
red
do you
wire.
have?
Which one? No.
I just
All I
remember
see is gray. What?
I remember the film from years ago called Cats and Dogs, where
Yes.
the super agents, and there's one of the dogs tried to defuse a bomb and just go, cut the red wire. What's red? They're all grey.
Fun fact, people have probably seen it, but in all black and white movies, the female actress had to wear green lipstick instead of red because red would appear as black.
Ah.
Oh, cool.
So
Fun fact of
There
the
you go.
session.
See,
Yeah.
Do that.
and people think they don't learn anything from these sessions.
exactly.
I don't.
History lessons with Robbie, bro.
Coming soon to a stream near you.
On your local radio.
Okay, let's keep going.
Yeah.
We got derailed.
Okay, right, okay, so that's another fit. So, as well as just general volume control, because you don't seem to have that built in, you also can't see colour.
Yes, and what's the problem with that? Thodain, are you ableist?
No, it's more there's things that I know that you could do in my imagination as a kid that haven't carried over. So we're finding limits.
Hmm. Can you please imagine me with eyesight that can see color? Maybe that can help.
Yeah, okay then. I'll do that and then I'll hold up. I'm sure there's something in here that's blue. That's a colour we've not really given them yet. What colour is this?
You see, he kind of like has his hands over his eyes. No, wait, you need to really think about this first. Think about me with eyes that can see color.
Yeah, I'm doing that. Yeah, normal functioning eyes. Please, for the love of God, Max, do not have him look up. And he's got human eyeballs.
I think Thorn's gonna like sort of lean to Ven, being like, "This is weird, right? This is weird. This feels weird."
Well, to be
But-
fair, we've seen many weird things so far, so
Yeah, but
All right.
this
I think I've got it. I think I've got it.
Max, I'm also imagining him with volume control at the same time.
Can you roll a D100, please?
Oh my
Oh
god.
my
oh my God.
there's
my God.
no way.
D100.
Imagine he rolls a
Oh
one.
my god. Okay, so just as a reminder, you want to get the lowest number possible.
Why?
That's so funny. That's so funny.
Oh,
That's so funny.
no.
That's
been-
so funny.
It's been ages since I've seen 100 rolled on a D100.
Please.
I was
Max,
about to say, imagine if he gets 100.
Max, please.
I'm
What
sorry,
does
mate.
even
He gets
mean?
louder, and all he can see is black. That's it. He's just screaming.
I've blinded my bear.
You show him the piece of fabric that is of color blue. You see, he kind of opens his eyes, takes his hands out in front of his eyes. All right. Who turned the lights off?
Oh no!
Fuck.
I didn't mean to be right. I didn't mean to be right. I'm sorry.
All right, this is an awful joke to do. See now, he can't see color. Oh, now he's completely blind.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
No, the lights are on.
Huh? What?
Okay, I'm gonna try that again. Just he could see.
What do you mean? Why did you? Oh, hold on. Wait. Wait. Are you saying that you've wished me to go blind?
Thodain, why would you do that?
I didn't.
Annoying.
I was wishing for him to, specifically for two things: volume control and the ability to perceive colours.
Well, good job, because it seems he's gotten louder actually, and now he can't see.
Which means that if I try and make changes, it might be spelled to do the opposite.
See, he starts walking around the room with his hands out. Oh no! I can't see anything.
I
He
think
just stumbles.
This
Thorn's
is the
gonna
part
pick
where I
him
have to
up.
go that one of the people watching the stream is legally blind. So
Oh god. Okay.
yeah,
Thorn's gonna pick Snowbear up by the scruff. But like, it'd be really funny if he was still like trying to walk and stuff. But she's just holding him up. She's like, "Okay, what do we do? What do we do with this?"
This This is a bear. Why? I'm a person.
The adults are talking. And
Oh.
No, Thorn, you're talking.
what do you want to do with this now useless bear that's just loud?
Don't say that.
Okay, he's still, smarter than yourself, for one. So, calm the sass lady.
Her eyebrow just twitches.
Right, okay. Snow, we're going to do a couple of tests. Now, you can't see. Is anything else changed? How's your hearing?
It kind of looks around. I'll be honest, I was fucking with you. I can see everything. But I am still colorblind.
Okay, I'm going to hold up two fingers in front of his face.
Nothing.
I'm holding two fingers in front of his face because I don't believe him. How many fingers am I holding up?
2.
Okay, I flip it around to the middle finger. How many fingers am I holding up now?
Very funny. 1.
Okay, 2 on that hand. I'm now giving him the V's, and 1 on the other hand.
All right, now you're just showing me the Roman numerals of 6.
Okay, right, yeah, he can see. He's fucking with
I
us.
drop him.
Ugh. All right, look, everyone was a bit depressed, and I thought I'd give a bit of fun. Never mind.
I was legitimately worried, you little shit.
Oh, but it shows you care.
We've established that I care. We've established that. You don't need to keep
I know, I was just testing you.
Okay, you
I keep saying I love you, and you don't say you love me back.
Can we go?
You know why.
Can we go now?
Okay, Snow,
I think we're wasting time.
You're on filing duty for today for that shit. So get to filing.
Oh, come on.
No.
All right, I deserve it. I deserve it.
You do. Also, I agree with the comments. You deprived us of Daredevil Bear. Dare Bear.
Jeez.
I don't know. There's still time to blind me, all right?
Right.
I mean,
so Dane, just one question. I know you and me and Fennel are going, but what are we gonna do about points to the door where Dipler left?
Him? I think bring him with us. Because I think there's less likelihood of him running into someone he might go off the rails and try to murder that way. And as much as I don't like the guy, he could still be helpful.
True. Then Caspian goes with Thorn and Sienna?
Well, yeah, he seems to be a bit more connected, so he'd be more useful there.
Right. Sounds good to me then. Oh, what do you think, by the way? Does it twirl?
Yeah, looks good. I'm going to need to stock up on that room, aren't I?
I just took some clothes.
I don't think you should twirl in that form, but it
True.
doesn't look on character, but it looks fine to me.
I'll try to work on the voice on our way to there.
With the disguise up, you do see Caspian look over at you then, and he just gives like a nod. An impressive disguise. Even my eyes can't see that it's magical. Well done.
Thanks.
Please tell me he's looking at Snowbear and thinks that's Ben.
We made Cassian blind. You made instead of Snowbear.
Impressive. I can't tell it's a disguise. Caspian, that's a coat hanger.
Well, hello down there. Just looking down at the bear.
Alright, so the plan is Caspian, you go with Thorn and Sienna, the rest of us go with Thodain.
Who wants to find a dodgy priest? Not that kind.
What?
Huh?
You see Caspian look over. I wouldn't be too inclined to speak to someone of the cloth. They tend to have their own notions and beliefs and can try to persuade you into certain rhetorics. So, to be careful.
Oh no, I'm kind of hoping on that because I'm trying to find a particular one who might be an absolute bastard.
Which one is it you're after?
Oh shit. Dursk.
Lightfinger?
Lightfinger.
Yes.
Lightfinger. Uh-huh. All right. Well, he's one of Evandra's. They are of change and of luck. They aren't necessarily the most forgiving with information. They're
Yeah.
more of the tricksy kind of religion.
Yeah, I'm fairly persuasive, and my concern is I think that it's less luck and he's rigging the game.
Well, just be careful with how you go about it. He is a high priest, after all. He controls the faith of Evandra in Calzeria. Elsewhere, depends on their belief and system that they approach with. But he is a very influential figure, so I would be cautious with what you say.
Yeah. Nah, it's not my first rodeo, and unfortunately for him, I've actually got some official dispensation to be looking into him. So that cuts off some of his more typical avenues of getting out of a conversation.
And the best of luck to you.
Yeah. And yourselves. Yeah, good luck at the reserve. Let's really hope there isn't a trend of us entering buildings and them going bye-bye.
Yeah.
Thorn kind of like lowers her head and sort of hides her face at that.
Yeah, just telepathy. That was a joke. I'm taking the actual perpetrator of that with me. So
Did she hear that?
yeah.
Yes.
Oh shit. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because
Tiger thing.
I'm gonna next time the tiger does this and we're not in a fight, I'm gonna sit him down and have some words.
Good fucking luck, bro. Good luck.
Just bring in a mental spray bottle.
More power to you, man.
Okay. So, unless there's anything else to discuss, you begin to head off into your different groups. Snowbear and Samara will stay behind doing some of the admin work, just preparing some bits for you guys as you return, whilst the rest of you split off into two groups. We have Caspian, Thorn, and Sienna heading towards the reserve to find out information that Thorn had learnt about the previous day. And we have Thodain, Ven, Fennell with Diplor going to investigate the slums once again to find and track down this high priest of Evandra. As we depart into these different areas, we may as well have a small break now before we dive into it properly. So we're going to have a quick 5-minute break. So stay tuned, grab a drink, and we'll see you shortly. Bye, 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 bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello and welcome back. So, the party have now split up in these two groups, and they'll be heading off into different directions to try and find some information. So we're going to focus first on Thorn. You, Sienna, and Caspian are walking through the kind of central, almost like valley of the city itself. There is plenty of markets. Because it's morning, it's first thing in the morning, everything is busy. You are seeing that the markets are filling up, people moving back and forth, using the river as a part of travel and traverse to bring the goods from ships that are docked out in the sea, just outside of the city limits. But as you continue, you come across a very beautiful, large, opulent-looking building, which has columns rising up and a large singular staircase that just goes all the way up to the entranceway in the front. People move up and down, back and forth with a various degree of outfits. You can see some of them look to be just the odd commoner here and there. Some seem to be dressed up in more of a suit and tie, sort of formal dress. You just see these different sorts of people going in. As you begin to grow closer, you can see Sienna beside you. Are you okay to head inside?
Yeah, I should be fine.
Okay. If you need anything, just let me know, okay?
Yeah.
I know it might be a little difficult, so I'm here.
Okay. No, come with me, please. I don't think I could do this by myself.
Oh, well, I'm not going anywhere, so yeah, I'll be there.
Yeah.
And she holds her hand out if you want to grab it.
Uh-huh. Yeah. She definitely takes her hand. Okay.
No matter how hard you squeeze, you sense no sort of hesitation from the other side. She just holds on, an anchor for you to just grip into.
Mm-hmm.
Caspian leads the charge for the two of you. Up this way. We're just going to enter the main hall and address ourselves. I have mentioned that we were trying to create an introduction. We will try to talk to Tessa first, since I have a better line of communication with her. But as well, we'll find your friend. I believe he's working somewhere here in the building. As he looks over to you, Thorn.
Wait, he's here? I thought he was back in Calzaria.
No, he's here. He's working under someone who does work in Calzaria. But she is also here at the moment as well. So, your friend is here, safe, and working.
Okay.
We'll try and find him, and you can do whatever you need to do. Rekindle this flame that was lost. As you head up inside, you can see the main display as you enter is just this large hall with incredibly tall seating arrangements on the left and the right. You can see people dressed in the reserve colours, which are of a greenish sort of colour. Here, this is known as the Copper Reserve, and it has a bit of a coppery colour to most of their outfits. All very finely dressed, and you can see all of them kind of stamping paperwork with a large heavy thud that echoes through the chamber, some discussing, talking down to the people who are approaching. You can see all sorts of people, investors, people in need of money, people in need of work, just approaching these tables, and very much like a bank, being escorted and talking through their issues with these official members of the reserve. You see Caspian just kind of walks past all of them, and two of you follow suit. You see on occasion that some of these people who are stamping the papers look up very curiously at the individual walking, and they just kind of ignore it and continue to stamp away and write down on paper, handing the slips down to these people. You see on occasion some of these people kind of go, "Really? You're not going to help me with my idea? Are you insane?" please, sir, if you could just escort yourself off the building before I have to call security. You just hear all of these people back and forth, either disputing or accepting the help or the refusal that has been given their way. Eventually, as you reach the end of the hall, you can see that the room kind of, although it narrows off, there is a doorway at the end, and it seems to open up into a separate kind of chamber. You can see guards posted either side, and as soon as Caspian begins to approach, he looks at the two of them, and you see they kind of impede his path. Excuse me, sir. You are not allowed to pass any further forward. I'm not allowed to pass forward. Could you please explain to me why I cannot step forth into the chamber of my wife? Well, you see, sir, we've been under strict orders under new command to not allow anyone outside of a closed circle to enter this room. By whose authority? That would be mine. You hear behind the two guards, inside the chamber further, you hear the heavy footsteps of a very broad individual, someone who is wide-shouldered, large-chested, wearing a very prim and proper suit, buttoned down with an overcoat that kind of keeps the shoulders warm and rises down to the ankles. You see a darker sort of complexion to the skin, almost like a purplish color, pointed ears, silvery white hair, quite long, that goes down past the shoulders, a male figure. You can see he has cuts and scars all across his face, and where one of his eyes is, you can see there is a heavy gash along the outside of it, a heavy scar that's been there for quite a while, it seems. But well presented, and he holds himself up straight. I'm sorry, Caspian, but you are not allowed to enter these halls as long as I am manager in this establishment. I'm sorry if this is any sort of inconvenience for you. Well, not necessarily an inconvenience, Hannibal, but I think this is just well, let's not make this about us. I'm not here about our past or anything like that. I'm actually here to help out a few of my friends here. And he gestures over to both Thorn and Sienna. You see, I was hoping to speak to Tessa. Well, Tessa is currently indisposed. You see, my brother is currently under the... well, no one seems to know what it is. Some sort of injury that he sustained on a cruise pleasure ship traveling here. But I'm sure you don't know anything about that, do you? What is it your friends need? You see, he looks back at the two of you. Well, they're here to gather some information and to reach out to an old friend of theirs. And he looks over to you, Thorn.
Benjamin. He's a angel that works here. He only had one arm.
And what is your name?
Thorn.
Thorn. We've only recently had a celestial walk into these halls alongside a very valued member of the reserve. What you depict at one arm, well, that seems to be correct. Slightly. Well, I can try and find them for you. Baron Volcane is currently dealing with some work outside of the reserve, but I'm sure she'll return with him momentarily. If you would like, please, come inside. And he kind of turns away and allows you to enter. You see the guards shift out of the way at this point. You can see there is a small little, almost conference area tables with several chairs, a very warm interior, with other doorways that exit into perhaps other chambers as well, further into the building. Please, please, take a seat, and I will ensure that Marin Volcane will arrive here alongside your friend.
Yeah, she looks between Sienna and Caspian, and she sort of walks in.
Sienna will join you. You see Caspian takes a step forward, but then you see a hand placed on his chest by this drow figure. Except for you, Caspian. I do not care what your alliances with the Reserve are. You aren't a member. You are just an interested partner. That's all. You should not be using the powers of the Reserve to your own use, to your own liking. So I would ask you, please, as a non-member of the Reserve, to exit. I see that you still carry this anger inside of you, Hannibal. No matter. I'll wait outside then. And he just begins to leave the two of you in the chamber. Hannibal, after watching as Caspian leaves, re-enters the room and begins to look at the two of you sat down. Again, just from looks, this very dapper, gentlemanly figure, you can see has several scars across his face, across his arms as well. Now that he takes his jacket off, rolls up the sleeves, you can see that there is heavy, heavy cuts across his arms, almost like tattoo marks as well. Tea? Would you both like a tea? We also have coffee. Or if you prefer something sweeter, such as a chocolate.
I'm fine.
Sienna looks up. A tea would be lovely. Thank you. All right. The room is quite silent. The doors are closed, and it's just the three of you in this room as he slowly prepares the tea, tapping against the cup.
I
He
think
walks back.
I think Thorn there's like tension in the air, right? It feels like at least and Thorn's just gonna say like, so what's your deal with Caspian? I mean, I know he's a jackass, but you seem to have
Well, a jackass is quite a good word for it. He's a very special individual. He's done all sorts of things, both good and bad. I just don't like where his hands have been. And no one is a saint in this world. But also, he puts the law in his own hands. And to me, that is something that I don't really enjoy. How do you know him?
kind of forced himself into our group, really. I think he helped out one of our friends and then he decided to stick around.
Well, that ability of his can be quite useful. Just don't let it be a way for him to worm his way into any sort of situation. He's a useful tool, for sure, but he also has his own goals. And he can easily twist himself and change in a split second. He may seem courteous and nice on the exterior, but I've seen men like him. And if push came to shove. People like him will do anything. That's something that I share with Caspian, but don't tell him that. So you find yourselves in quite a predicament then, to ask for his aid, or at least for him to fall into your hands.
Yeah, she sort of like looks at Sienna, being like, do I just tell him or?
You're doing all right, so just keep doing whatever you want.
Well, there's currently some very evil figures in the city right now that are after us and our group. And I don't know, I guess he wanted to help eliminate them, or at least he wanted to use us as a way to get to them and eliminate them for us. He seemed very eager about killing one of them, or at least getting rid of him.
I'm assuming that there was a spellcaster involved, no?
How do you know that?
Well, that's just his MO. He finds that, well, he makes it his business when there is someone of more skill or power than himself to get in the way of that. He wants everyone to be on a equal footing. But we're not here to talk about Caspian. I'm curious to see why you've come here to Reserve. To see an old friend. Or is there more to it?
It's a long and honestly distasteful story, but I knew Benji for all of my life, really. And if it's okay, I'd like to, when he gets here, I'd want to have a word alone with him. If we could get a room, if that's okay. But
I don't see an issue with that. We can arrange for a small get-together.
But yeah, he's a good friend of mine. Yeah.
This Benjamin has been is a recent addition to the Reserve. Whenever I join or am brought in to liaise with Reserve forward posts, I do my due diligence to find out who and what is going on. I had a look into your friend Benjamin, and I didn't find much. A clean slate.
Yeah. Yeah. There's not a lot really to say.
And there's nothing that needs to be said. Benjamin has shown himself to be quite a useful ally to the Reserve in a time of need when he needed it most. He owes the Reserve his life. Although that's what he says, the Reserve do not keep him here. He chooses to stay. Marin Volcane is a good person. She looks out for those in need, and she saw a potential in Benjamin. You spoke as though he only had one arm. Well, sounds like it's been a while since you've last seen him. When he arrived at the reserve, he had no limbs. But Merrin has helped him recover, to find a way around those difficult, trying times. So what you may see when Benjamin arrives through a door might not resemble the same person as once you first saw, but he is. Alakshayr is probably the best place for him to be. And as this conversation continues, you hear a door open as this very slender-looking, very tall lady walks through the door, wearing gold jewelry around her arms that connect to rings on her fingers, with hair that is almost gathered up together into this kind of bird's nest sort of design. Greyish hints flaking throughout, but mainly kind of a salt and peppered look to it. Slightly thin, quite gaunty looking, with high cheekbones. She's probably in her 50s or so, human, it seems. And she kind of steps through the door. Hannibal, I heard that there was a bit of a change. I was asked to arrive here as soon as possible. Merrin, yes, that is correct. Apologies if you were busy outside, but your presence was needed. I have a couple of questions for yourself, but I believe your hand may know this person here. And you see she kind of looks you up and down, Thorn. I don't recall anyone of your description, but no bother, he is just outside. And she begins to exit. Benjamin, please, if you could enter. You hear the kind of like heavy footsteps of like stone and metal clanking together as stepping through the doorway, larger than most people in this space, although their frame very thin and gaunt. You see essentially a cyborg. You see torso of a almost glowing chest, although the rib cage is protruding and on show. A once probably very defined figure becoming a almost shriveled sack of its once full form. The metallic clanking comes from the legs that kind of move with a slight whirring sound to the joints. The arms as well, you can see kind of pushing through the doorway, having to lean in slightly. Arms and legs, although at different heights, you can see where the limbs have been cut off. To the legs, there is small nubs left behind. One side of the arm is completely cut off from the kind of top joint, whilst the other is cut off at the midsection. The face and the body is almost completely intact, but there are elements of metal that clasp and clamp over, and you can see towards the backside of this metallic frame that's around this humanoid. You see there is a blue kind of glowing energy, which is very reminiscent to the main power source of this city and many of the exoskeletons that are seen throughout. As he kind of pushes his way in, scarred and cut to pieces, you see his expression lands on you, Thorn. And you see that he's almost frozen in space as Merrin just kind of glances over. Benjamin, do you know this? I would assume you do. Right. Hannibal, please, if we could step outside and allow them to have their small reunion and we can discuss the findings. Yes, it was nice meeting the both of you. If you need anything else, just contact the reserve and we can see what we can do in helping you in your situation. I would be quite interested to hearing the rest of your story, but this time is important. Good day. And he stands up and he leaves the room, leaving only the three of you there. Sienna just sits there, not knowing what to do, as Thorn, you see Benjamin there. Different to what he once was before, but there's no disputing that this is him. You can see the kind of the softer eyes across a very hardened, sort of weathered look. And you watch as he just crumples down to his knees.
I think Thorn is gonna sort of squeeze Sienna's hand, like, "Can you leave? Please get out."
Yes,
I
yes,
need-
I can leave. And she just walks out of the room past Benjamin as he just still there on his knees, looking at you with this shocked expression.
I think as soon as the door closes, Thorn rips off her bandana and she falls to his knees and she grabs his hands and she just presses them against her forehead. "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry I left. I didn't mean to, and I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry."
No, don't be sorry, Thorn. Please, don't. You feel the metallic thumb just pushing through your hair. No, please. There is nothing to be sorry about. I wish I was there with you, but you made it out. You did the impossible. Don't be sorry. You lived.
"I left you behind, and I left Kiara behind. I said I would get us out together, and I lied." "I'm different. It changed me. And he's here. He's here in the city. Siren, he's here. And I think I brought him here. I think he's after me. God. I did this. I did this to you. I'm so sorry."
See, he looks at you with these soft eyes that glow a golden iris. And he just smiles. None of this is important. You are alive. You are free. Look at you. You say you've changed, but those eyes are the same. Do not feel sorry, Thorn. You're always there with us. But I thank the gods that you are not there with us. You found a life, and it has been a long time, and I am happy for you. Look at us. We are no longer there in those chains, behind those bars. We are free. We are here. We are alive. You are alive. Smile. Don't be sad. Please. And you feel the metallic hand just wipe across and push away some of the tears by your side. He is
Thank-
not here. It is only us. You and me.
I think she just fully just she sobs. She can't help it. And she just presses her head
Mm-hmm.
to his chest, and she doesn't know what to say.
He pulls you in and rests his hand on your head and grips around your waist, holding you firm but not overly tight. Today is the first day that I have ever smiled, because I'm able to see your face again. When we were there in those cages, we could not even touch each other, hold each other through these dark times. But now, the darkness has gone, and it is only us. You and I are here now. I thought that I would never be able to hold you. Do not cry, Thorn. Unless those tears are of joy. I am thankful to see you. I did not know if I would ever see your face again. There were only ever rumors. Your name mentioned a handful of times, and I thought that perhaps, in a fit of rage, you had done the worst of things, but now I see that you are alive. And today is the happiest day of my life. He just holds you and continues to rub those metallic fingers through your hair. And this color is not what I'm used to.
I'm sorry. It looks ugly.
No, it looks nice.
She sort of just holds his arms and looks up to him, you know, smiling, and she's like, I have so much to tell you. And then she'll just go on about how she escaped, where
Mhm.
she ended up, how she met Lycentra, Sienna, and the crazy shit that's been happening since the start of this campaign.
As you begin to speak, he just kind of, shh, let us just have this moment. Forget about the past, and let us just have this for us. We have plenty of time to share stories later. But for now, I just want to hold you, if that's okay.
That's fine.
And the two of you are just in this room for minutes on minutes on minutes that pass by, and that warmth that you felt in those cages, there was only one spark of heat, and that was always from him. He always had a heat to him. this divine light. In those cells, it was nearly gone. The spark would flare, but never catch light. In this moment, you feel that light, that burning warmth, like a fire, just radiate from his chest. And it's just soothing. And he just holds you there. Whilst that's going on, we'll jump over to the others. So
Real quick, that was so
Yes.
funny because my sister walked in. I'm like, oh my god, I'm so sorry. And she's like, hi. I'm like, stop, not now.
all right. So Thodain, Ven / Crimson, Fennel and Diplor, the four of you have begun to retreat back into the lower half of the city where some of the less fortunate live. As you return to pretty much the scene of the crime where it all took place the other night, you almost begin to relive moments of that day. But as you find yourself in the same courtyard as before, you begin to look around for information. So I leave it to you guys. What's your plan? How are you going about this?
Everyone turns to Thodain. Okay.
Okay, so because I'm the brains of this outfit. Oh shit, that's not a good thing. Yeah, so first of all, I'm looking around to see if I can spot the priestess I saw the other day, because that would just be the easiest possible way to do it.
Sure. Roll an investigation check.
Sure. Investigation. 24.
24, okay. Looking around, you can see that there are people on the streets, people just sitting down, just relaxing, just minding their own business. Some people seem to just live in these places, but looking around, you can see that there is one cloaked figure in the same accoutrement as the other priestly figures that you've seen before. You can see just kind of around the corner, around the bend, one of these figures just laying over and talking to one of these people, who has captivated like 3 or 4 on these streets.
Right. Okay, yeah, I'll make my way towards them, and I'll hang back a bit, see if I can't catch any of the conversation, see if it's, might be helpful.
Sure. Roll a perception check as you're eavesdropping.
Sure.
Okay,
No, that's good.
And Ven, what's your plan? Are you following behind or?
Yeah, he's probably falling behind. Mostly looking if there's any prying eyes towards our group, particularly because we are an odd looking.
Okay, roll a perception check then, as you're
Will do.
looking around.
Max, the feed for the dice rolls isn't updating on the stream.
No worries,
sure, yeah.
I'll see if there's. Doo-doo-doo. There we go. Okay.
Bunch of shit under these bangs. No.
Under these bangs. You do it to yourself. Style over actual practicality. Then you keep a watchful eye out alongside Fennel, as the two of you are just the eyes of the group, keeping a watchful, close eye down the alleys. On occasion, then, you kind of like look down an alleyway, and you can hear like the scuffling of people back and forth. You can almost hear like colors and painting being done on one of the alleyways. And as soon as you kind of look down there, you see people just begin to scatter and run. But you can see there's like a picture that's been depicted on one of the sides. From your position, it's hard to tell what it is, but if you want a closer look, you can try.
Yeah, I'd like a closer look.
No, what happened last time we split up here?
Just slightly closer, Jesus. I'm not walking like
Stay in
50
his
meters
eyesight.
away.
Riot 2 Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah, sure. Okay, you begin to look down the alleyway and you see all these people have scattered at this point, but the paint still lies on the ground. The paint itself is almost like a neon bright color. If you could roll an Arcana check for me.
Can I ask which color the paint is, just in case?
Blue.
Oh, okay.
15.
15.
Seeing the color of this paint, and there are elements of red as well, you get the sense that this paint is of those creatures that you saw in the sewers. These kind of like bright neon bits of saliva. Perhaps they've drained some into this bucket and they've begun to paint, leaving a slight trail behind them as they've ran out and away from sight. But looking at this picture on the wall, you see it's kind of a rough design, but it resembles almost like angelic wings that extend out from the sides. You see almost like this slender feminine form in the center. No real features or kind of details to the degree that you're able to make out what it's representing, but it seems to be almost like a female angelic figure. And then below them, you can see they seem to almost be holding a tight fist with energy that seems to connect like a rope. But then as you're looking at it, it seems to be almost like a garrote, like piano wire, as it is wrapped around the head of 5 different people. And you can see that there is almost like a tenseness in the arms, and those heads are clearly decapitated and just kind of hanging there loosely, like caricatures of sorts.
Is it the heads are just random, or do I recognize?
There's no real details to the extent on this image that you can get out any features of who it's depicting.
Ven's gonna pull out his journal real quick and just sketch out a similar thing in there to remember it.
Okay.
He's gonna walk back over to Thodain after that.
Sure thing. You head back to Thodain. Thodain, you walk up to the priestly figure. You can see this person is male. They seem to be talking, but you can't really hear, at least secretively, what they're saying. As soon as you begin to approach and eavesdrop, you see the figure kind of like turns around to you. Hi. Can I help you with anything, my friend?
Yeah. Sorry, my name's Thodain. I'm an investigator. So we've heard that your group, has been helping house some people who've been in a bit of a rough spot. Well, I've been asked to look into a case, and we believe that some of the people you've taken in might have information. I'm not looking to, take any of them away or, kick them out. It's literally, I was wondering, would I be able to have a word with some of them, conduct some interviews? We're just trying to catch some real bad people.
You've been brought here by divine purpose, it seems, so I see no issues with you coming back and speaking your piece. As long as you do not interrupt their way forward in life, I see no issue.
Hoping to do the exact opposite, if I'm being honest.
Well, then I see no issue with you joining. We were just about to head to the commune now. Would you like to join us? Yeah,
sure. It's me and member of my staff and, this gentleman, and pointing at Diplo, is assisting.
Then I see no issue. More the merrier. Please, follow me.
Thank you.
As you're walking alongside with these 4 individuals that he's now captivated with a previous discussion, they begin to follow as well. As he's walking through this slums area, at points he does kind of turn around. So, do you follow a faith in particular?
Crap, what? Bahamut was just this, right?
Yes.
Yes. Bahamut myself is why I work in law enforcement to a degree.
Oh. The god of justice and nobility. A very fine deity to follow. As long as you're not following some of the more evil intended gods, then I'm sure everything will be fine.
No, I wouldn't dream of it. I personally like to think of myself as multifaceted when it comes to faith. After all, a lot of investigations will come down to chance, which is more your domain.
So you've found yourself in the right place then.
Yeah, well, if you're stumped, might as well roll the dice. And where better to go?
Thodain Neath, would you find yourself a lucky person?
On occasion. Well, lucky can go both ways, can't it? Bad luck, good luck.
It very much can, but are you a person that tries to tempt fate? To try and push said luck?
Interesting question, and really it depends what you consider pushing. My whole job is getting information to try and get the right outcome, but I wouldn't say I'm trying to push it. I'd say I work hard for that. Yeah.
Well, divine intervention always finds its way through somehow, and the path that you find yourself on is clearly your own, but you've arrived here at my behest, so it seems that you and I are connected in some way. Perhaps a dice roll has landed us in the correct journey, and perhaps Bahamut is not truly a god of your stature.
Funny, because dwarf, yeah, nice. Like I said, I'm multifaceted. I'm not the most faithful, but I don't not have faith, if that makes sense. As far as all that is concerned, if there's a greater plan, I can do my part without having to worry about the details.
Leave the details to the god that you follow. They'll do all the hard work for you.
Can I insight check this guy? Because I'm
Sure.
getting a lot of weird vibes.
Yeah, there's a lot of weirdness happening.
Roll an insight check. You're muted, Robbie, if you're trying to say something.
Am I back by this point, by the way?
Yeah, you're following.
Okay,
behind.
okay.
Can I inspire myself, please?
If you'd like to.
That's now a D8.
Can I also insight check? Because they're kind of
Sure, you can.
gripping me up.
Inside check. No, okay.
Wait, what? Why is it trying to roll a... I've clicked the D8. Why is it trying to roll a D10? Whatever. 16.
Okay. This guy holds a very good posture, talking very fanatical sort of beliefs. So he's a priest of some kind. So you assume that perhaps he's found himself indoctrinated into the faith, quite hardcore. But there's nothing seemingly dubious with what he's saying. For Van, you can see on occasion he is like looking up and down and giving almost a quizzical look at all of you. He's kind of less interested now in the approach of the 4 commoners that were just brought into this group, and is now kind of focused a little bit more on you guys, the 4 of you, walking in and out of this conversation. As you keep an eye out, you see that he kind of like looks over in your direction. And how about you, my good friend? Where does your faith lie?
Just as a heads up, changes his voice. I can obviously not do it, but it's almost like a jump scare to those who know his usual voice because it's very deep.
Hello.
Not that deep, but can you repeat what they asked? Like, what am I?
Where does your faith lie?
Faith? Don't know. I'm a free spirit myself, you know.
That is the most faithful, if anything. You let
Say
God
that.
decide where your path goes next.
Yeah, you know. What happens, happens.
Oh, really throwing your life away, or just throwing the dice?
You could
Very
say a bit of
interesting.
both.
Are you seeking a bit of guidance in your life?
Help here and there. I don't mind it, but I'm good. I'm good. Got a new job. Best boss kind of like fist bumps Thodain in the shoulder.
Just at that point, telepathy will go, "Are you being a bro?"
Yeah.
Don't call me dude. Again, that's in your head.
I called you boss.
Yeah, I'm worried this persona will try and call me like dude or bro or my man.
Too late.
He just smiles along and takes an interested look in the group of you, and eventually turns a corner and then begins to enter a larger building in this kind of derelict space. You see a doorway open already, inviting and warm inside. You can see people sat along the exterior, priests talking with different people of the city, just kind of talking back and forth. He gestures for the rest of you to enter. Please enter. I will be in momentarily.
Does he like leave us be as we're?
He kind of just lets you enter freely as he seems to go into a conversation with one of the priests nearby.
Okay, as soon as he's kind of like a bit away, Ben's gonna lean down to Thodain. I found this drawn on one of the walls. And kind of opens the journal very discreetly to show him. Any ideas?
Can I do an investigation check on that, Max?
Sure, you can do a history check.
History, excellent. I don't know shit.
Looks to deplore. Are you old? You should probably know. What's this?
Yes, that's what I'm here for.
I'm going to be honest here. I'm not a big fan of your persona that you've taken on. It's a little bit much. So if you could maybe just bring that down a little bit, that'd be excellent.
No, I think it's working.
Be
Do you
downright
know anything
tubular.
or not?
Well, let me see if I recognize who this is. Well, it could be a lot of different people. But it's not looking like anything that I know about.
No guesses at all.
Not at all. The 5 floating heads seems to be quite a indication of something that's happened. But in terms of everything else, it's just some woman with wings.
It might not be anything. It could literally just be graffiti.
It could just be that
Maybe.
as well.
Max, I killed 5 people in that alleyway, right?
Yeah, you did.
Oh Lord.
Oh, was that
Okay.
you? Is that you?
Oh, look, the cult started.
Yippee.
Okay. Hopefully that's not me. Or caused by me.
Did I say that? Do you say that out loud?
Please.
Please say that out loud.
I did not say that out loud.
Damn it.
One day you'll agree that Ven said it out loud.
No.
Just like,
Robbie said that out loud.
No, it's just like, wait, did I say that out loud? I totally did not notice.
He's standing right behind me, isn't he?
No, guys, stop.
Right. But yeah, so again, above table, we know that Ven's getting a cull.
Yay!
In game, we
I
don't
mean,
know
what?
shit.
Celebration time.
Come on.
Diplor's gonna look at the group of you. What is actually our plan here?
That's a good point. What the
Can
hell
I
are we
ask
supposed
why
to
am
say?
I here?
Because we're not going to leave you to your own devices, and if we took you to the reserve, we're worried that you'd go off the rails, so to speak.
All right, well that's pretty fair.
Yeah. And that being said, you did seem to know about the guy when I mentioned him. So,
Which guy?
Lightfinger.
Yeah, well, spoiler alert, that's the person you were just talking to.
I fucking knew it!
Could have said that earlier. What the hell,
You
man?
did not mention Halfling, Max. You just said dude.
He's not a halfling.
Really?
I
Where did I get Halfling from?
No, he's a human.
Did anyone else get Halfling at some
I
point?
could have
No.
sworn.
I got
coulda
human.
sworn that he said halfling at some point.
Was it the confusion with the initial wrong name?
Could be.
Yeah, I think that might have been it.
All I'm gonna
Or-
say is Ben already doesn't like him. As soon as that insight, she was like, "I've seen your type before." Ew.
I didn't. I figured me and Thodain had both figured out he wasn't. He was weird. I was hoping for specifics, but yeah.
Yeah, well, I thought you already knew that you were talking with him and
Never-
you had a thing going, so I didn't want to interrupt you either. I'm trying to be a team player here.
Yeah, never got a description, so
Oh,
I got a weird vibe, and I think the best approach here is, well, more flies with honey than vinegar.
well, I will be honest, he is definitely a strange person, so
Yeah,
you
no
definitely nailed
shit.
that on the head.
Yeah,
Well,
right there.
seeing that's all of what I've been brought here for, I'm just going to go inside, find some sucker, and get him to a gambling addiction, and now that's going to be me for the day.
Please.
You
Wait,
don't do
would this place be? It's a god of chance. Would they be okay with that?
Well, let's find out. I'm going to roll the dice. And he just walks in the door. And you see, he just looks around, just a observation. My guy! And he just begins to walk over into a direction where a group of people have gathered.
I think he doesn't like my new disguise so much because it might remind him a bit of himself.
I think it's the fact that you've become a dude, bro.
Well, look, it has to be different from what I usually do. Otherwise, it will be recognizable.
If at any point you do a keg stand, you're fired. That's all I'm going to say.
I don't even know what that is, so I think we're fine.
As you're by the doorway, trying to figure out what to do next, you hear the footsteps behind you approach as the same figure that you'd walked with before just kind of reapproaches themselves. Please head inside.
Yeah, we will do. So I did catch your name on the way in.
Oh, Dusk, Lightfinger. Pleasure. High Priest of Avenger.
I believe I've heard your name before. We had a layover on the way into town. Well, I've heard you've done some good work, but yeah, tell you what, I'd love to reconvene with you in a bit, but I'm going to just do the round, see if I can't find out a bit more information here. But after I'm done, would you care to sit down? You might have some information that'd be good for me as well.
Of course. What is it I can help you with specifically so I can prepare?
Okay, well, we've heard of a number of... I've been hired because there's been a number of... Shit, this is Jack trying to come up with a lie. Burglaries. A few cases I've been given have said that, well, descriptions match some people see in this area. Now, I don't think it's anybody that you've brought in, but foot traffic and the like, just hoping to get some clear descriptions. Anybody who might have come into a bit of money lately. You yourself might actually have an idea of what could help. Like I said, if anyone's been here and then suddenly found themselves in a better position, they might have, stopped here for a bit.
Roll a deception check.
Yep. I'm inspiring myself straight of the fuck away.
Natural 20. Watch.
Natural 1.
No. Don't manifest that. Don't manifest the bad vibes. See?
21.
Hell yeah, it's good
Okay.
anyways.
21. Let's see.
Uh-oh.
You peddle this lie, and he just kind of nods along. All right, then let's have a discussion in but a moment about this act of burglaries that have been taking place. If you need to question anyone here, feel free to. There's nothing that's a secret within these halls. But if you have any questions for me, I'll be sat in my chambers upstairs.
Okay. I have one question, Max. How big is this building?
It's 3 stories. It's quite a large building. Think of it as like a townhouse of sorts, where you have like a town hall mixed with a townhouse. It's been like a retrofitted inn or tavern that's been emptied out at the base level, with several floors that lead up to spare rooms and what so. But yeah, it's been kind of retrofitted to be a space of almost recovery and prayer and sanctity.
Okay.
You can see some iconography of Avendra placed on the wall, some draped cloth, so on and so forth, making it feel more of a makeshift temple of sorts.
Okay. Sweet. Well, before he's left the room, I'd like to use my free cast of Detect Thoughts to get his surface thoughts.
Okay. Surface thoughts. What specifically are the surface thoughts? Are they emotionals or are they actual?
So if he's this is where we get into depends if he's got aphantasia. So
He has
surface thoughts. Yeah, surface thoughts, to my understanding, are anything he's actively thinking about at that moment. So it could be suspicion, it could be worry if he is connected to what's going on with Kiv. He could have already moved on from that.
Okay. Well, what I'll say is, with the Detect Thoughts going off, just being slightly after the discussion about why you're here, you just hear the thought in their mind of, I'll wait to hear what the Neath has to say, but perhaps it'll be about his sister.
Okay, this might be pushing it. Do I get a vibe on that, like an emotion?
No, unless you want to dig deeper.
No, because then he'd be aware. And I can't gift of gab that awareness away because I triple check that in the rules. Okay, sweet. So I am going to be doing my rounds.
Yeah.
And I'm going to keep Detect Thoughts for the duration. It is a minute, but technically that was a free cast anyway, so I could recast it. I'm going to be asking about foot traffic through like the commune.
Sure.
Specifically, anyone who's like a known criminal, not just a beggar, not someone who's just down the luck of sleeping rough. I'm trying to find out if there's been anyone who's come through here who's like known to be connected or dropping off messages, that kind of thing.
Roll an insight check as you're beginning to inspect everyone around here. Ven, what's your plan? What would you like to do?
Well, if Thodain doesn't tell me to do anything, he is gonna be somewhere like between Thodain and Deplore, mostly keeping an eye that Deplore doesn't cause a commotion or get himself kicked out by getting someone a fucking gambling addiction, apparently. He is a little bit more paranoid due to recent events, so he's just a lookout, let's say.
Okay.
Can I just say that 100 before has hooked me over?
It's messed up your vibe. Definitely messed up your vibe. But then you keep a moment to yourself, really. You're listening in to some of the conversations that these people are having, and for the most part, all you can hear is these people need a change in their life. A lot of them are here because they are either down on their luck, they're hoping this will at least spark something in them. And if you could just roll a insight check as well, as you are just kind of aimlessly listening.
14.
There is some moments where some of the priests are kind of almost pushing them to join the faith. There is a sense of indoctrinating them into this belief, whether they are believers in religion or not. They do kind of bring it on a little heavy-handedly, and some people fall for it. Some people go, no, I don't care. I just want someone to help me out, get me out of this runt. But yeah, you just begin to hear that back and forth. But the priest seems to be quite gung-ho about it. To what extent, you don't know. Thodain, you begin to listen around, check out people, and you can see that a lot of them are ruffians. A lot of them have scars. They've hurt themselves. They've hurt other people. These are people down on their luck. Simple as. They are the most morally weak people that you can think of being in a city, and they've all been congregated into this one space. And
this is. I had a 4 that I'm not sure if Thodain would have had. No, he'd have had the 4.
Yeah, go for it.
Thodain's going to be now on the lookout for, because with just the general vibe and the very hard lean on indoctrination, I'm worried that these guys are actually followers of what Kiv's been accused of. I'm worried. My thought is, because I'm getting cult vibes, what if they're using this as a recruitment center for the other thing and the Evandras parts of front?
Okay. How would you like to try and uncover this sort of theory that you have?
Okay, so I would think there'd be some kind of hidden iconography. I think that while they've got sigils, symbols, whatever, of Evandra, I think that they'd still have, if I'm right, they'd still have some of the other. I've completely forgotten the name. Where is it in my notes? The Awoken. Yeah, they've had some iconography of the Awoken within easy reach. Basically, I want to do a check for anything hastily hidden.
Okay.
That might have that to it.
Sure. Roll a investigation check then.
Okay.
As you begin to snoop around.
And yeah, again, because if I'm right, this blows the whole thing wide open. I'm using another inspiration. I've got 1 left. That one's going to be saved until probably after it would have been good to use. 29.
29. You begin to investigate the building itself, looking for iconography, trying to find some semblance of the Awoken as this hunch begins to kind of creep up into your mind. You look around the building, and all the iconography is of Evandra. You don't see anything else, no subtle hints, no mentions here and there. And as you are kind of like looking around and being a bit more quizzical, you can see one of the priests approaches you. You seem lost, my friend. Is there anything I can help you with? Aimlessly looking around the skies and the floors. Are you lost in your mind? Would you like guidance or help with any issues that may be afflicting you?
This is definitely confirmation bias at work, but I don't like how any of that sounded. This is this might be a bit rules bendy, but let's see if this works. I wouldn't say aimless. I'd say wait and see where my luck brings me. But yeah, you'd know all about that following Evandra, right? And I want to insight check their answer for a lie.
Okay. Roll an insight check.
Now, because I'm specifically looking for a lie, I get advantage.
Sure. As you roll this check. I'll give you the response. They look to you and give a wide smile. Well, I've followed Avendra my entire life, and they've guided me on a path of a righteous and moral code. You will find the same. Do not worry. It is an easy road to follow. Just mind the gaps that find littered throughout. You don't want to be falling down from grace. As you kind of read into them, they're honest, truthful, and you see no lie in how they feel about the priest, the kind of the faith itself.
I'm so caught up in my own head. I don't know what to believe. Oh,
You're good. You're good. Just keep going. You got this.
yeah.
You'll figure it out.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. In that case, that's one that either in the clear or my insight's shite. Which we know the answer to that.
They hold your hand for a moment. Let me pray for your soul, and kind of hold your hand and hold their head down. Lord and Saviour, please, Avendra, guide this man's soul to a righteous and life-fulfilling road. For there are many paths that are difficult, yet your light guides them all to one that is free and one where choice is theirs.
I have one question. What gender's the Awoken?
The Awoken it's just a concept.
Okay, because they said Lord and Avendra's a lady.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like that's a slip.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, maybe you're looking a bit too into this. Maybe calm down just a little bit.
As
But I'll shut up. I'll shut up.
their hands pull away, you think about that, Lord. And it does trigger something in your mind. They were speaking of Avendra, but perhaps their heart was not indicative of Avendra. Something is fishy.
Okay, I will. Yeah, thank you for that. That's much appreciated, and I'll take your words to heart. We'll see what your Lord can do for me. And as I use the same word, this isn't checking for a lie. Just what kind of read can I get from myself using Lord?
With your previous investigation check, there is connotations in what they said that just do not sit right with you. This feeling that you have, if anything were to be associated with the Awoken, it would be subtle. It wouldn't be placed on walls. It wouldn't be depicted on the people themselves. But a concept that is non-physical, such as words and belief, that is something that can be hidden quite easily.
Right. Okay. It's definitely been over a minute.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to use another cast of Detect Thoughts. Click that wrong. So that's 1 second level spell. And I'm not going to push into this guy's thing, but just keeping it surface level for now.
Mm-hmm.
How and just again trying to get the concept, especially as I say, what else could your Lord do for me? Wrong character entirely. I did my evil character from my other game. What else could your lord do for me?
Faith is a powerful tool, and your heart, as your mind, should be entwined and surrounding this Lord, this Savior. That's only if you wish to seek it. Not everyone can stand the trials and tests that are involved to become such a devout follower. You almost remove something of yourself, for nothing ever comes for free.
Okay. And with the surface thoughts being read as he says that, what do I get from him?
Without delving deep, all you get a sense of is accomplishment.
Okay, I'm quickly just going to reread Detect Thoughts just so I know what exactly happens if I push.
Sure. It's a roll.
Yeah.
They have to succeed a saving throw, otherwise they know that you've intruded their mind, I believe.
If
I
it
think
fails,
they know either way.
They know either way.
yeah,
If you dig
yeah.
deep
Either way, the
enough.
target knows that you are probing into its mind, unless you shift your attention to another creature's thoughts, the creature can use its action on its turn to make a check contested by my intelligence. If it succeeds, the spell ends.
So they will.
Okay. Yeah, so I have one question, and this is a DM ruling that applies forever. What's your thoughts on Gift of Gab making them forget that?
Gift of Gab is finding information through an audible sound.
Yeah.
It would have to be spoken words.
Okay, cool. I thought so. It was worth asking.
Yeah.
So I have no way to seamlessly push in unless I also had modified memory, because then it's just a double whammy of. I'm in his head. He's forgotten. It's not worth it. We're surrounded.
As you're having this thought, Thodain, I'll give you a bit of time, Jack, to think about what you'd like to do next. We'll go over to Ven. Ven, as you're keeping a watchful eye around, you feel the presence of the shadow just emerge beside you and kind of look on to the surroundings. You see Discord just watching alongside, following the same head movements as you. Why do we find ourselves in places like this?
You tell me. I don't know. I don't like this place at all.
It reeks of desperation. Everyone in here is seeking for something new, something different. All easily manipulated. We could make our own cult.
I think that's not on the top priority list.
No, it's not.
Not that I want one either.
Well, I wouldn't say no straight away.
Ben just kind of gives him a look of no.
What? It's just a thought.
This is already concerning enough, and he kind of opens the journal, looking at the page he quickly doodled in.
That looks very familiar.
Do you think it's about that night?
Most certainly, yes.
Why would they depict me with wings?
As the form continues, it shifts into the feminine form. I wouldn't say that's you.
Oh, phew. Thank goodness.
No, but there was something else that happened that same day. That's not you, but these are the acts of you. This
You
is your
think-
little Asima friend.
You think they think she did that?
When you're in places where they seek some sort of light to guide them, I think anything that shines brightly will capture their gaze. And she shone very brightly that day. Very distracting. Even I was caught off guard.
Well, hopefully that's not investigated. As much as I like a good alibi, I wouldn't want it to be one of my friends.
What if it was? That'd make things very interesting.
Sure would. I'm mostly concerned what happened with their bodies.
Looking at me like that, it wasn't me.
All right. Just had to make sure.
I only consume those who anger me. Them, they were just a nuisance rodent on the streets. I think the general populace dealt with them. Did you see how
Right.
hungry they looked? Famished.
Okay, I choose not to think about that and let's focus on things at hand. This place is freaking me out, as honestly, I do not like these priests.
Yes,
They're
I'm not
fishy.
really a fan of priests either.
Yeah, I don't think they would be great fans of you either, to be honest.
No.
Or me, if they knew.
I'm just glad that this one hasn't seen me yet.
Which one?
Well, the High Priest. They've all seemed to have some sort of, well, ability to see me. It's been quite a nuisance, really.
That is good to know. Anybody else that can see you that I should be aware of?
I don't know. I honestly don't care.
Holy shit,
Not
Ben,
anymore.
who's that?
Shut up. Alright, well, try to be on the down low then while he's nearby. I don't want you, getting hurt if they can do that. I don't sure. Can you get hurt?
Mm, I don't know. I guess there's only one way to find out, but I'm not getting in a brawl. It's too ugly.
Yeah, best not to.
I prefer smothering them with shadows instead. From afar, of course.
Can Ven cast, kind of like put up the journal to his face, but cast detect magic
Sure, yeah.
to see if there's any magic shenanigans going around?
Mm-hmm. You cast a spell and you just hear Melody just, oh, that's a really good idea. Have a look around, see what you see.
This is, by the way, a free cast from the feed. So
Yeah. The energy lights up in your eyes, and you look around and you can see that this place has what seems to be almost like a sanctity sort of ward placed on it. A sort of general aura of protection, which seems to almost dampen the worries in people's minds. You're seeing it's almost having a lucid effect on these people, and they seem very relaxed, as though any issues that were following them have been almost restrained and pushed away. But yeah, you don't see anything else, no other like hints of magic. You can see some of the priests have magic around them, some based in arcana, some based in kind of divine powers. But yeah, nothing that stands out of the ordinary.
Okay. That eases me a little bit. Do I need to be conservative with how I use magic now, apparently?
Well, I wouldn't worry. If you ever end up in a bit of a tiz, you know what to do. Just click your fingers, have someone eviscerated in a pile of smoke, and then we can use them as a tool.
I'm
Never
more
gonna run on
meant
empty.
I more meant the fact that, I have a psycho chasing after me that can
Yes,
apparently recognize my magic.
that's right. Yes. But I think this place will protect you from that. There's a lot of anti-divination around. Keeps this place
That's
nice, well, and hidden.
that's suspicious.
Could be. You are seeking the same thing.
What do you mean?
How do you wish to hide from Frederick? This place hides from those as well. It's not a bad magic.
Suppose so.
The form
Depends.
changes to Discord. That's right, it does depend. Maybe there is something more here.
Kind of looks around to see if there's anyone paying necessary attention to him.
No, no one seems to kind of see Discord or Melody. Or look towards you, Van. On occasion, a priest does walk by and just kind of like talks to you, but saying the same things as the rest of them do.
Shall we do a bit of snooping around?
Where should we go?
Is there anywhere interesting, DM, as I look around, as I've been looking around? Anywhere the priests go?
Yeah, you can see that there's 2 more floors above. You've been staying on the first floor. On occasion, people go up to the second, and you can't see after that point. But you can see on occasion a priest walks up with maybe 2 or 3 people, and they seem to go off into some room somewhere, perhaps to share their thoughts and so on and so forth.
Okay. Do people ever go alone, or is it only with the priests that they go up the stairs?
Seems to only be with the priests.
Right, fine. Ven's gonna go up to one of the priests.
You see the priest turns and looks to you. Hello, my child. How can I help you?
Hello. I actually changed my mind. If we could maybe talk. I feel like really lost.
You feel lost. You feel as though the road has left you.
Yeah, something like that.
Not an issue. I will help you find that road once again. Please, follow me. And
He's
they
gonna
begin to
nod.
walk up the stairs.
He's just gonna nod towards Fennel to let him know. Hey, I'm all good. Don't worry. If Fennel is there, I don't know where we left him, bro.
Fennel is, down there. He just kind of looks up. Okay. He just kind of waves off. He's kind of focused on Diplor as to not do anything stupid. But he clearly is.
Can I
You
look
just
over?
feel-
Is he actually giving someone a gambling addiction?
Yeah, he's kind of like losing on purpose, it seems. He's like,
my
you've won again. Congratulations. Here, let's do it again. But I'm gonna double my bet this time. All right, we'll see how it goes. Yeah.
Oh my god.
And you just see this guy's like playing into it. Really? You want to put 200 platinum in this time? Yeah, sure. I don't mind. And you just hear that kind of like back and forth. Oh, I lost again. Oh, seems like it's your lucky day. You just see he just keeps that back and forth going. Thodain, you watch as Ven heads up the stairs alongside a priest.
Okay. So first of all, I'm gonna telepathy to Ven and Fennel, and I'm just gonna go. Right, something's up here. I'm going to speak to the man in charge, and if I'm right, we're either going to be pretending to work for some people, or we're going to have to make a very quick exit. I'll keep you updated.
Okay. We cannot reply back, right?
Unless you also have telepathy.
No, I only have message, but I think that's visible when you cast it, so.
And it's also verbal for you. Is it verbal for me? Because telepathy is technically a language, Max.
No, you just speak through your mind.
Yeah,
so
nobody else can
if I
hear the
cast-
message.
Then in that case, if I cast a message, you should be able to reply the same way. How does message work if I do it telepathy-wise, Max?
Message
Can they reply in their head?
Message you have to cast using your components, so it is like a separate thing. You speak into your hand, kind of like you have a walkie-talkie. Telepathy is just a different sort of ability altogether.
Yeah, the thing is, though, the person who replies, nobody else can hear them reply other than you.
Okay. So in that case, I'm going to fake a yawn, hand over my mouth, and do that to Ven's walking off. So Ven, and yep, same message.
Sure. Just roll a spellcasting ability for me to see how well you can blend in the yawn.
Okay,
Is this
with
how proficient you are with just
Sleight of
charisma?
hand?
Yeah, no, but is it with proficiency or just straight?
No, it's just your spellcasting abilities. That's just charisma. But because you have your ability, you plus proficiency,
+4.
plus your half your proficiency.
Okay. Plus
Because
half
of,
my proficiency. Jack of all trades.
Yeah.
Okay, so that'd be +1 at the moment.
Yeah.
I just added +1 to this. 12.
Plus your charisma.
Oh, plus my charisma. So that'd be a +4.
Okay, so 16 total.
Yeah.
Yeah, you send the message through. You do so quickly enough that you don't think anyone's caught a spell being cast. And yeah, then you receive it and then you reply back.
I'm just, cool, great.
With the two of you now kind of separated slightly, then you are ushered upstairs and you are brought into the first level and a room off to the side. You see the priest kind of looks over in your way, gives us a half nod. Please enter. Dimly lit room interior. Seems to be some sort of bedroom that's been makeshift into an altar of prayer. And you can see that there is almost a kind of semicircle depicted on the ground, a mural, a painting on the side, with just seats to kind of sit down in prayer, an isolated space for people to just kind of talk in private. The door closes behind, you begin to sit down. For Thodain, whilst this is going on, you see one of the priests approaches you. Excuse me, Mr. Neath, will you be joining the high priest upstairs?
Yes, actually, I would got a few questions for him in relation to what I've been looking into down here.
Very well, if you will follow me, please.
Thank you.
You are ushered up. You see the floor in which Ven had been taken into, but you continue up. You go up to the second floor, up the set of staircases, and you find more closed-off rooms, but you're brought to one which is slightly larger but more lavish interior. The door opens and you can see the high priest sat in there, a dimly lit room as well, not much bright lighting in these spaces, but you can see this kind of outfitted desk area, similar mural sort of paintings on the walls, with a larger depiction of some sort of circle in the very center of the room, all seemingly made out of hand and chalk and fixed here in place. Seems to be runic magic placed here. You can roll an Arcana check if you want.
Yeah, of course. Arcana.
19. You've seen these sparingly around. This is a teleportation circle, and it seems to be a fixed one. Teleportation circles to be fixed in place means the person has cast a spell here for a year every day. So you can see that this place has been worked in and probably used and outfitted for the last year as well, maybe even longer. But the place itself is very lived in.
Okay.
But as this is all going on simultaneously, you guys can think about what you want to talk about as we're going to jump over to Thorn quickly, to Cassie. So
Again?
Thorn,
All right.
yeah.
Yeah.
You've sat a moment of silence with Benjamin for a while, and then as time continues, you begin to talk and discuss your journey. He listens and nods, and is this almost kind of shoulder of comfort to lean on. As you've shared an experience before, he listens intently to everything that you have to say. Upon finishing your story, he looks at you. Quite the journey you've been on. Lysintra, Siena, all of these people that you have found yourself surrounded by, good people. People with a heart, and people who care for you. You've done well.
Yeah, I'm pretty lucky, honestly.
No, there is no thing as luck. If there was luck, then why were we given such a bad hand? No, this is you. This is your actions. You're fighting back. Do not throw away such effort and call it luck.
I haven't told Sienna about everything before. And I want you to meet her, so just don't mention anything like that. I want to tell her myself, but I can't. Haven't found the right time, you know.
I understand. It is not my place to share. This is your story, not mine. I only wish that our little friend was here to see you, to see us.
But what happened after, you know, how long? Caspian said he found you 6 months ago. What happened?
Time is a difficult thing to track when there is no light or surroundings to depict age. When you had broken free, time had passed by slowly. Both Chiara and I were elated, joyous to know that our best friend had made it out. Your name was passed down through the halls. These experimenters, scientists, our jailers, they were angry. They were angry that you had got out of their hands. But that anger soon showed a sloppiness. Siren's anger, he brought it out on me. At first it was Chiara, but I was able to convince him with the secrets I had learned, and I had taken the punishment. He whittled me down to, well, a torso and a head. He saw no use for us anymore. With you gone, he was like a lost puppy. This is not your fault. His anger is misplaced. You made him jealous. You made him feel emotion. That is a thing that I'd never thought I'd see across Siren's face. I took the punishment with a smile on my face. To see his world crumble around him was more elation than I'd felt in hundreds of years. But then everything slowed down. And one day, I never saw Kiara again. It was only I. And I heard no noise, no boots, no jangling of cells or shackles. It was only me in that prison. And I was there for what felt like eternity. No Kiara, no Thorn, only me. I had only hoped the best for Kiara, to hope that she had escaped just as you did. But that was the last day I saw her, being taken away. And I don't know where. I don't know when. And I don't know why. But Siren changed when you left. In my loneliness, I felt a serene, an understanding of how I came about where I am. I was there in that cell to watch you escape. I was there to be there for you, to get you through those hard times. We were all there for each other. It was only a matter of time that we began to leave one by one. I still think of Kiara and where she may have found herself. I dream that she finds herself back home. But deep inside, my heart tells me that she is still with Siren.
I'm gonna find her. I swear. And I'm gonna bring her home. If it's the last thing I fucking do.
And I know you will. That fire that was once inside of me is depleted. But I see it in you. You are strong, Thorn. You are, as your name says, you are a thorn. You are a protective shell. No hands can touch you without bleeding first. You are strong, a warrior, a fighter. You will find Kiara. And I do not believe. I know. You escaped. You escaped, Siren Worm. You can find him. And you can find her. I wish I could join you, but I am weak. I have lost too much of my own strength that I would only burden you.
I wouldn't want you to join me. I think it's best if you stay here at the reserve. But Siren is here in the city. And he tried to kidnap me. And I know you say I'll find him. But I don't want to. I want to stay away. I hate this fucking city. I want to go back to the cabin with Lysandra and Sienna, and I want everything to go away, but I know it can't. And I'm so scared. And I hate being scared. And I hate being angry, and I hate being sad. I want to go home. And I want you to come with me, and I want to be there with Kiara. I'm so tired.
I know, Thorn. I know more than anyone else could. The pain that you carry, the exhaustion that follows. This is not something that you should carry. No one should be burdened with this. But out of anyone in this world that deserves to see Siren and his life bleed from his eyes, it is you. For all the things he has done, it is you. I wish to return home too. I wish to return back to Elzora, see my family once again. But we cannot go home until it is done. When he is gone, we will all be able to sleep.
Okay. Okay.
I know you can do it, Thorn. And if you need me, If you need a broken piece of Benjamin, I will be there for you. I will stand by your side, even if I am just ahead.
Don't say that.
Mm, I pretty much am.
I know. And I hate it.
I hate it too. You think I don't like scratching my arm or feeling the grass in my feet? This is not natural. But life is different and strange, and we take everything and we embrace it. Do not let your scars define you. You define what they are.
I know. Thank you. Thank you for still being alive. I don't know what I would have done if you weren't here.
Thank you for living. Thank you for living for us. You are a good heart, Thorn. And he just gives you a hug and rubs your hair. But this hair, I still don't like it. And I don't think it will grow on me. The pink, it worked for you.
I know. I don't think I'll keep it. But just for a while longer. Just to... I don't think he'll recognize me if I look like this. I don't know how you did, honestly.
It was the kind eyes and the smile. That's all I ever remembered of you. As I saw you now, it was like seeing you for the first time. So brightly eyed, so wide of smile. You're still the same heart. You're still the same person.
I don't think I am. Really, I have the memories. I have the scars. I know it's me, but it's a different person. And it's confusing. And there's another voice in my head. And that's not me either. And it wants me to hurt, but I don't want to hurt anybody. It's not true. I want to hurt one person, but I I don't know. I don't know what to do about it.
Your life is in your hands now, Thorn. You may not know now, but you will.
I really don't know how you always know the right thing to say.
Well, I am very old. Very, very old.
How old?
Now, that is quite a rude question to ask. Why would you ask that question? I am old enough. I'm old enough that even the joints that create my arms and legs are in pain. So let me get up and let us try and move on.
Yeah, I'll help him stand.
Mhm.
And then I'll just say, I want you to meet someone first. And then I'll open the door and I'll invite Sienna in.
Mhm. Sienna
And
then comes in,
mhm.
and
I'll
we can
yeah.
s- we can
yeah,
cut
yeah,
to
we can
next
skip that.
time
Yeah,
when
yeah, yeah.
she's able to say her
Mhm.
piece.
Roll credits.
Roll credits. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Okay.
Cliffhanger.
So, as that lovely conversation continued to be had in the reserve, the rest of you in this sanctuary for the less fortunate, you are split up. And we'll start off with Ven. As this priestly figure has guided you to an empty room, so it's just the two of you, you see they kind of place their hands together, and a fire lights up a candle in the center of the room, which illuminates the mural of a feminine figure across the wall. And you see they kind of gesture outwards to the chair beside it. Please, take a seat. What bothers you, friend?
I mean, as I said, I've just been feeling a little lost, puzzled. Not really sure if what I'm doing is the right thing to do, in the grand scheme of things.
What do you want to be doing?
That's the thing, I don't know. Usually, if I feel this way, I would exercise, and then boom, it's gone. I got that drive to do something, but lately it's not working.
So, your life needs a conduit, something to propel you forward.
Something like that, yeah.
Avandra teaches all sorts of methods to cope with a loss. Find the path forward. You must expel any sort of thought that was previous, any negative emotion. Do you find yourself surrounded in negative thoughts?
Sometimes, I mean, who isn't, am I right?
This is no place for jokes.
Right, right.
It strikes me that perhaps your attitude may be the issue here. You find that you are so indulgent in your own comedic timing that perhaps you are lessening your abilities elsewhere. Why do you use comedy as a way to hide your insecurities? I can sense that there is a heaviness in your heart, one which is almost surrounded by clasped hand, gripping it tight.
Well, nobody's ever said that to me. Not sure how to respond. Guess I don't know, it's kind of easier when you make a joke about it.
There's nothing funny about this. You must find a moment to be serious. For this is your life. This is your afterlife. Don't condemn yourself to this path, which will lead to a dark end. You need to find a moment inside yourself to realize what is truly what you seek.
What do you recommend? Do then.
Self-reflection. Close your eyes with me and hold my hand.
Can I ask you, but how does this priest look like?
So this is a half elf human figure, probably in their late 40s, maybe 50s or so. Clean, very well pampered, wearing the same robes as the other priests wear, which is this kind of linen sort of material with a dash of like orange sprinkled throughout, kind of like a shimmering gold sort of color, representative of the Avandra religion. But yeah, you can see that their expressions are very serious.
Okay. Ven's gonna close his eyes, hold his hand, I guess.
Hmm.
The tech magic is still up, though.
Yeah. You can see with the detect magic, the fire that's conjured in the center is magical. It seems to be of an arcane flame. And they just begin to hold your hands and close eyes with you. Now, I want you to imagine a space that is just of your own. What do you see when you close your eyes?
Room?
What's in the room? Is it empty?
Yeah, I mean, there's a chair, I think, and a bed.
So a living space. Comfort.
Yeah.
Is it warm or cold?
Yeah, like there's a fire nearby.
An open flame or a hearth?
Like a fireplace?
What do you see outside of the windows?
Oh, there's no windows.
As you're kind of like peeking through your eyes closed, looking at them, you see the expression looks kind of like shocked for a little bit. No windows. Is there a door?
Yeah, a really small one.
Smaller than your own size?
Yeah.
How do you get in and out of this room?
I can like crouch down a little.
Is there anything on the walls? Any paintings? Any relics?
No, not really. Just blank walls.
What you're describing to me is a very lonely, isolated room in which you crawl into and almost detach yourself from the world. You have found yourself in a very deep and dark hole. Although it is illuminated by a warm heat, it is a false heat, one that only gives you a sense of nourishment, a fake nourishment. You're here. You being here is fascinating. When most people see an empty road or a blank canvas, you've described to me being alone. You have no identity in this room. You have no escapism. It is just you. Do you realize this? Do you realize that this image that you find yourself in, that you yourself have created, is one where only you are in the picture?
I didn't know I was supposed to imagine people, but I can do that if that's, Can I make it less lonely?
That'll be forcing it. Your subconscious clearly pictures you in a place that is vulnerable. A safe space, sure, but one that is without life. Do you wish to have more color in your life? Do you wish to actually live your life rather than hide away in this dark and fake room?
Yeah, that'd be pretty dope.
Are you invested in making a change?
Depends.
Think of this as a coin with two sides. There is a yes or a no. Which intention do you want the coin to face? Yes or no? There's no depends.
I don't sense anything with my detect magic. As he's saying that?
No, nothing.
Okay, then yes, I guess.
Roll a deception or persuasion check, whichever one you think Ven is probably more inclined to feel.
Bro, I feel like Ben's just fucking with this poor
100%.
priest.
So it's just deception.
Yeah. This is so much fun to watch.
Oh god. 90. I so wish that you had your camera on, Jack. I want to see your expressions.
You are
Yeah,
alone.
yeah, I'm sure.
You are alone and you want to be with company. You are in the right place. And I can help you. I need your unwavering support. And at this point, you see the hands begin to gesture into the ground, into the pattern below, as the semicircle that was previously painted with a fire illuminating the center, you see it begins to glow, a slight kind of golden sheen to it. And so does the mural on the wall. It's just the accents of gold that are in the clothing and the bits of jewelry that they wear. You now begin to sense a divine energy in the air, a holy one.
Mhm.
Place your hand against the circle. And if you truly wish to be a part of this, I can give you a home. I can give you the family you've always wanted to have. You're not alone here. You don't have to be alone. We can journey this together.
Maybe before we do that, you tell me a bit more about what it's like here.
See the hands pull away, and the light dims. If you question, then you're not ready.
It's so bad to want to know where I'm gonna live.
Avandra is a leap of faith. They stand up. Anything else you wish to share before we end today's session?
There's more of them.
Well, I see no reason for you to stay if you do not wish to conform yourself fully.
That was rather quick.
You can always come back, but it seems as though today you've lost that spark. If you find it, then please return. I would love you to be a part of our family.
Can I look down at the runes and try to memorize them? The ones on the floors, the symbol, whatever it is.
You can give it a shot if you want to roll a Arcana or Religion check.
I will do Arcana because I believe I'm better at it. 11.
You begin to analyze the best you can. Can you also roll a spellcasting ability check for me? So this is
So my
just charisma.
charisma, yeah, gotcha. Oh my god, bro! Why can I never roll good charisma?
Okay. They stand up. They stand beside the door, and they wait for you to kind of leave unless you wish to speak of anything else.
Can I see what their intention is towards me right now, or opinion of me, just by the way they're looking at me?
You can roll an insight check.
Yep, sure thing. 21.
You can see that they kind of look to you as there is a sense of potential. They're not giving up on you straight away, but the time here has been spent. And you can see that across their face, they know that you're not going to go in all the way with this faith. So they just take a step back. And as they said, if you wish to return, it seems to be like an open invitation. A very keen one, but yeah, they're not going to push you any further today.
Question.
Yes.
Is there a key in the door?
The door was unlocked. There's no key in the door.
Not at all.
Not at all. There's no latch, nothing. All of these doors seem to be unlocked.
Okay. I wanted to do something silly, but never mind.
You just hear, this would be Melody. What's wrong? What would you like to do?
I wanted to snoop around the other rooms a little bit on this floor.
Oh, well, we can take care of this one.
I don't really want him dead. That would raise some alarms, and I feel like Thodain would legitimately kill me. I just wanted to get him stuck in this room a little bit.
Not inaccurate.
I didn't even understand what you said.
I said not inaccurate for clenched teeth.
Death isn't always the answer. There's always other ways of persuasion.
Persuasion.
Think he's telling you to seduce him?
Ben's looking like, are you telling me to seduce him?
The shadow just looks at you. Do whatever you want. I don't know. I'm just giving you suggestions.
Does
You
he
always
look
resort
like
to
the type?
killing. I love murder. I love killing, but you can do whatever you like. It's
I
just a
thought you were
suggestion.
implying that you wanted to do it. I don't know.
I might fucking slit his throat open. I wouldn't care. But
No.
this is your choice.
Ben kind of rolls his eyes, turns back around towards the priest. By the way, you look pretty young for a priest. How old are you, like early 30s or something?
I'm 50. Very kind of you.
Huh. You... Are you busy right now? Or do you have other people to attend to?
Roll a fucking persuasion check.
Abort
Okay.
mission!
Not 10, bro.
Yes, I'm very busy today. Seeing as you're not willing to go all the way.
Understood. Well, I'll see you around.
Door opens and they just guide you through. They follow behind and they're escorting you down the stairs.
Question.
Yes.
Before he leaves the room,
Yes.
could I somehow jam it?
So you want to go first and then close the door and jam it behind you.
Yeah.
How are you going to try and jam it?
Is there anything in my vicinity?
Yeah, sure. There's like potted plants. Let's say there's a broomstick there as well.
Okay, well, first of all, is it like a push or pull situation?
For you, this will be a push.
As I'm leaving?
As you're looking at the door with it in front of you. So
As
on
I'm
the
outside of the room.
outside is
Okay.
the push, yeah. It goes into the room.
Ah, shit. That makes it harder.
It makes it easier.
Wait, how?
Because if you're trying to block the handle with something such as a broom, then pulling it will actually bar the door. Then pushing it would open quite easily. And it will knock down the broomstick. Depends what you want to do.
No, I'm not gonna cause chaos. I feel like I feel Jack glaring at me through the screen. So no,
good it came across.
As you're kind of looking around, as the priest follows behind you, you just hear downstairs, How could I lose all of that gold and that platinum? You hear Diplord just being almost pushed to the edge of the door. Hey, look, friend, you decided to go all in towards the end. That's not my fault. Okay, I think you might have a bit of a gambling problem. Okay, look, we can do it again. I can give you a loan if you want to, but I want 50% back afterwards. So if we could just do some negotiating now, and you watch as the guy just like reaches out, tries to clock him across the face. He takes it. That was a bit unnecessary, sir. I'd like if you were and he gets punched in the face again. Okay.
In Ven's head. Next mission, rob Diplord.
Okay. I see where this is going now, and I don't quite like it. Go on, hit me again. And
Whoa.
Reaches up, punches him in the face, and you just watch as this metallic iron, almost like girder, pops out, and the guy punches it, and you hear cracked knuckles. Ugh! What the hell is that? As you see, he just begins to like stand up. Oh, look, you punched me, friend. I didn't do anything. You watch now as some of the other people downstairs begin to stand up. Just points over to their friend. What's going on? What did you do to him? Look, he punched me. What am I gonna do? It's just we're having a friendly game, and through all of this, he got a bit feisty, and he decided to punch me a couple of times. And let it be known, I'm not going to sue you. This is all. I'm happy. It's under the cloth of Andrew, whatever. But this is. Well, I give you this one for free. You just lost a load of money. It's up to you. And I don't know. I quite like those boots. So if you want to put those in, I'll let you have a chance of winning it all back. And you just hear a bit of an uproar downstairs. Through all of this, you see the priest beside you is now slightly distracted by that.
I'm gonna quickly cast message to Diplor.
Uh-huh.
Can you cause a bit of a ruckus, please?
You want me to cause more of a ruckus?
Yes, like right now. Don't do anything too stupid.
All right, sure. Hey, friend, look. How about, because you're so poor, I feel entitled that I need to help you out a little bit because look at you. Yeah, I can still see the dirt in your eyes. How about you and your little buddies, your little street rat urchins, all of you come with me and we're going to have a game together, all right? Priest Guy, you can try and look over all of this because Evangeline loves betting. You can bet your sorry ass on that. So please, 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 the more the merrier, because I've got plenty of gold to go around. So who wants to play? You want to play? Come on over here. You want to play as well? Yeah, come on, come on. Let's be honest, this is going to be a fair game. All of us are going to play open-handed. We're going to play a bit of dice, a bit of cards. So who knows what they're doing here? All right, you prepare yourself. You, well, I guess you could throw in your belt, sure, but hold your pants tight. I don't want them falling down. All right, who else? What else can you throw in? Anyone else? All right,
Yeah.
I'll throw in, and through all of this, you have a bit of a distraction going on.
Is the priest not looking at me at this point? Has he gone down?
He's kind of distracted by the side of the steps, just kind of looking down, observing what's going on. Looks over to one of the other priests and kind of gestures for them to go over and try and calm the situation down a little bit, because he is getting more and more loud and overt.
Well, Ven's gonna go invisible and go back up the stairs.
All right. You just disappear completely and begin to head up the stairs. Thodain, you enter the room in which Dusk is. You see he's kind of sat there on his chair, stands up as you enter. All right, let's begin. So, you have some questions.
A few, but I'd like to start with, first of all, a bit of thanks. I believe that you solved the problem I was having back in Trasvalar.
What sort of problem was that?
Look, I'm pretty sure you know who I am on account of the fact that I gave you my full name. Let's cut the theatrics.
Okay. Well, yes, I know of your situation. And that's why I thought you came to me.
Yeah, no, in part. See, I've been looking into it. Been asked to help clear a name. Not particularly interested in doing that, to be honest. A lot of people who've asked me to do this were under the mistaken impression me and Kiv got along. But I figured, at the end of the day, whoever did this has done me a favour. And it'd be worth passing along my gratitude.
I'm sorry, but you're happy that your sister was found with religious iconography of the Awoken.
I'm happy that, let me put it this way that you might get as a priest, I'm happy justice was served. Happy the bets came in my way. That kind of thing.
Roll a deception check.
Yeah. There we go.
You sick son of a bitch. I didn't realize you had such a rivalry.
That's a different voice. Well, that's the thing. Kids like to put on a front of can do no wrong. So the brother who's a bit distant wasn't because of any friction between or in the relationship there. No, it was because he wanted to spread his wings. It wasn't because he was sick of a holier than thou attitude.
Mm-hmm. And where do you stand on all of the religious side of things? You speak as though her being accused of the Awoken is a good thing.
I don't particularly care for her being associated with the Awoken. I'm aware of the whole everything, it being a touchy subject for people in charge. As for myself, Well, I was raised with Bahamut. It often seemed to be a bit like a lot of fancy words for very little in the way of delivery. So I've not found one that really clicks yet.
And I'm assuming you want something more.
I mean, who doesn't? Even a lot of people who claim that they don't are looking for something.
Mm-hmm. Well, look, everyone needs something, right? Everyone needs something more. It's just humanity's goal in life to always seek for something more, to prove themselves, to make themselves better in every way. But I assume this is what a detective's whole job is, to find a way to move forward, to build a name for themselves, and continue growing and growing until that name is known everywhere. Was that not incorrect?
In part, another part is we like to find answers to the puzzle, and what's a bigger puzzle than life?
Well, this whole situation has been very, very sudden, as you can imagine. I've done my own due diligence in trying to find the culprit of what's been going on. Your sister was number one, affiliate with the Awoken. So, of course, eyes will be put against her, and she took the necessary charges for such a heathenous crime.
Okay.
But I've done my research. I've sent out our very best, Calliope de Shab, Paladin of Avendra. She, as we speak, is in the halls of Thodain trying to find any remnants of this Awoken. She's one of the best, and she'll find it. I assure you. And from what I understand, she's very close with your sister. So I think there is no better person suited to helping in her case if she is wrongly charged. The case is still open. It's only a matter of time before a conviction is actually put forward. I have grievances with the Awoken, and that's why my sentiment was against her. But if clear charge can be placed elsewhere, or if there is someone else involved, then I'm happy to drop my assumptions in her direction.
I'm insight checking this for a lie, specifically the parts where he's saying my sister was connected to the Awoken.
Okay.
And yeah, just I've misread something, and there's something else at play, or I hope that was a lie. But yeah. So that's that.
They hold themselves very well in conversation, and you're being more distracted by the thought of being on the clock to try and help your sister. There is just that kind of ticking in your mind that is just kind of always there. And whenever it's brought up, her name, Kiv, or reference to, it's just kind of like, I'm running out of time. I'm running out of time. This guy's just waffling. This guy's just talking.
Yeah. All right. And beyond the obvious, what exactly is your issue with the Awoken? Because it sounds a bit more personal for yourself.
Well, they are the complete antithesis of what religion and our pantheon stands for. We seek to have a routine, a pattern, a faith. The Awoken, their goal was, and probably still is with your sister, unless proven wrong, is to clean that slate clean, remove all of these gods and issue a new order. Who wants that? Nobody wants that. Everyone likes where they are. Avandra is everything to us. Now, if she's not there, that means she's gone. And that means, well, what does that mean for me? You can have your petty grievances with your sister as much as you like. But that is family. And the Awoken took family away. Just be mindful that these people, they hurt many. They took away a lot. Thousands on thousands, brutally massacred, just because of their ideology. And that should never be the case. We're all a family. We all derive from the same stem, from the same branch. Why have a rift between us when we should be living hand in hand, harmoniously? Do you not agree, Thodain?
It's not that I don't agree, it's more I've seen a bit too much evidence to the contrary. I'm a detective, after all, even if I am private.
And what is it you've found or detected? Do you see that I have anything to hide?
Everyone's got something to hide, and to pretend otherwise is either naivete or plain stupidity.
Avandra keeps her secrets, as do all of her followers. We have to have our tricks ready to be used against our foes. But life is tricky enough. We do not need to complicate things any further than they are. And the truth is important.
Now, Max, I've got a question off the back of that. This is mechanics. Now, Zone of Truth has verbal components.
Yes.
Gift of Gab could mean I could make him forget that I cast the verbal components. What effect would that have on the saving throw?
The saving throw would still be the same.
Or would he have disadvantage? He's just not aware he's saving against the spell then?
The spell, unless said otherwise, the spell just goes through as is. They do not have advantage or disadvantage. The spell is just the spell.
Okay, then. In that case, I'll just be upfront with it. Funny word, the truth. See, a lot of people like to pretty up their words and claim it's the truth. Hide intent. But I'm sure you're aware there's a lot of ways to ensure people are actually speaking truth. Spells, for example. Now, in the interests of actually getting to the bottom of this awoken situation, would you object to me casting such a spell?
I assume you're talking about Zone of Truth.
Yes, I am.
Spell which leaves no lie to be hidden.
Surely for a man such as yourself that wouldn't pose any issues.
Not at all.
Can I insight check that?
Sure, you can.
17.
17. You see that, again, they hold their complexion very well. They don't seem to have an issue with speaking the truth.
Okay, then. In that case, I'm going to cast the spell.
Okay. I would like you to also roll a wisdom saving throw, please.
Sure. 16.
16. This is a charm effect. So if you do have anything as a bard,
I believe I do have counter charm. Let me just double check that. I don't have counter charm. Bardic versatility. Be up to you, I guess, whether or not I can add inspiration to a saving throw. Is counter charm only on one subclass? I thought it was a bard feature.
It could be on one of the subclasses.
Oh, it's 6th level.
Okay, so one away. Do we allow bardic inspiration for this? Yes or no?
Because the only other thing I could maybe do is silvery barbs it, because that is a reaction.
We're happening allowing you to roll a bardic inspiration after the fact, so I'll allow it.
Okay, then I'll add a d8. Oh, great, 1.
You never know. Maybe it was enough.
Okay. Thodain, you cast the spell out, and you see that the spell goes off, and they look towards you. Well, it's in place. What would you like to ask?
1 second, I'm checking something. Specifically, if I'm aware if it takes hold. Sorry, a failed save creature. You know whether each creature succeeds or fails.
They choose to fail.
Okay. Where did you get the information on my sister?
Well, the information was handed to me by a select few in my followers, but I had seen the process myself. I had gone through the same process as you're doing now. I had screened them, asked them, and gone over everything as much as possible. But both the priests in my order as well as Calliope, they both seem to have the same verdict. Calliope was more upset by it than anyone else. That is why I imagine she is out there trying to find the truth herself. If that is the truth, that is.
Odd choice of words there. My followers. My order.
Yes, they are the people that work underneath me. I am the high priest. These are the priests.
High priest of who, exactly?
Of Evandra.
Oh shit, Max, you've disappeared.
Yeah, my camera's gone. I'm just seeing if I can restart it.
He's disappeared.
Oh god, they got him!
Dursk, where'd you go?
Smoke bomb. Now that's your position, but do you worship anyone else?
No, I don't worship anyone else, just Evandra.
Downstairs, one of your priests is referring to a lord, not a lady. Any idea who that would be?
Well, perhaps they came from a previous faith, unbeknownst to myself. These people have come from far and wide. They have different backgrounds, and sometimes they practiced in other religions. Some Moradin, some Bahamut, others as well, all across the Pantheon. There was a slight slip of the tongue.
Okay. Max, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
I am assuming that I don't know a charm effect was cast on me.
Yeah, no idea.
Okay, sweet. What put my sister on your radar?
Well, I first began to hear whispers that something devious was happening in the belly of the Council of Trasvalar, and upon further investigation, it seemed that she became quite a prevalent figure alongside our noble and very generous leader, Korthek Brighthearth. It was under my assumption that it was three possible individuals to take over his reign, Calliope being one of them, and Mrs. Yarrow being another, with your sister being the third.
Right.
All three of them were very close, very vocal in their beliefs and how they wish to see the city moving forward. But I saw no ill intention from any of them directly. I'm quite close with the Shab, but I remember hearing some conflict from your sister specifically, which I can imagine you are quite familiar with your very tumultuous relationship.
Seems a bit convenient that in the matter of succession, evidence comes to light on my sister, who, by all accounts, seemed to be the front runner. Seems to put the person from your order up a leg.
Have you spoken to Mrs. Yarrow yet? Perhaps they could say the same thing.
Answer the question.
There was no rivalry between the three of them.
I didn't.
From what I could understand, they all seem to have a very close connection. And I would never try and tamper with any of those altercations. I would never try and persuade anyone, and nor would I feel jealous about my own kin, my own religion not being the leader of Trasvalar. Once you become the face of Trasvalar, your previous connections to the god become almost nothing. You almost forego your beliefs and you focus on the people. I would gain nothing from her being in that position. This was a position of the people, not of the faith.
Above table, I think that I've been fucked with, because that's bullshit. I know that's bullshit. Oh, Thodain doesn't though. Right. Okay. Right. Where exactly did the information or proof come from?
Well, there was several journal entries, as well as a relic that was used by acolytes of the Awoken many years ago. They were found in her personal possessions, as well with a trail that led straight to her. We have the very finest in investigators at Trasvalar, and they did their best to see where it came from, and all fingers pointed to your sister.
Where are these journal entries now?
Well, they're kept safe alongside wherever she is now. I believe she was taken to Sifdas, in the north of Leyrots. So wherever she is, they are. The evidence alongside the prosecutor.
And who exactly found them?
Well, those specifically were found by the Shab. Calliope was the one who uncovered all of these items.
And correct me if I'm wrong, it was you who presented this, who pushed for the
Correct.
sentencing.
As I told you before, I have no sympathy for the Awoken, and nor do any of my colleagues.
Bit odd that it wasn't the followers of Bahamut who would follow this up, being arbiters of justice.
My thought exactly. I somewhat almost pointed the finger at their own faith as if they tried to protect one of their own. But then that was quite quickly shot down by both the High Priestess and Korthek. So my interests in them still stay the same. I still believe they are conduits of justice and nobility. I believe that they just did not know what was hiding underneath their noses.
All right.
At this point, the spell is about to fade. So you have maybe a couple more questions, maybe one.
Okay. Why are you in the city? Bit odd that you're not in Trasvalar.
This is pretty much the second place of residence that I have. I've been here for a fair few years. There's no other place of temple or learning of Avendra, so I put it in myself to reach out to those less fortunate, try and help them and guide them forward. This place is a temporary temple until I can find some way to establish somewhere more fixated.
Fuck you, Max. God damn it.
At this point, the spell ends.
Yeah.
And you see, kind of readjusts his posture. Well, I've answered all of your questions truthfully. Is there anything else that I can do for you, Mr. Neath?
No, this time, but thank you for yours. Hopefully I can get this all sorted and make sure that justice is done one way or the other.
At this point, just so it all lines up, Ven, you now arrive at the... Where are you heading? Are you coming up to the same room as them, or you going?
Did I see Thodain come up?
No, but you can hear them through one of the doors.
Okay. He'll listen in for a second just to see if Thodain is okay, and then move past. If everything
you hear
is
that
okay.
the conversation is beginning to wrap up, and perhaps the door will be open soon.
All right, moving away from there.
One thing I will ask you to do, though, is roll a perception check.
Understood, boss. Will do. 15, better.
And if you could also roll a Arcana check as well.
A natural one.
Okay. As you arrived, there was this kind of silence, and then there was a, all right, I guess this is where we end things, Mr. Neath. There was a very awkward kind of like moment of silence between there and the ending of this kind of conversation. And you just begin to hear Thodain on the other side just wrapping it up. And this is where it seems like they're about to leave.
Do I get a sense of feeling that he's also gonna leave? Like both of them are gonna leave, or just Thodain?
It sounds like it's just going to be Thodain.
Correct. Is there any other rooms here that look important?
There are other rooms here. All of these rooms seem to be a bit larger in scale. There are 6 other rooms, essentially. All of the doors are closed to them. But as you know, none of them have locks on them. They're just handles.
Could I try to find the High Priest's bedroom of some kind?
Okay, sure. Roll an investigation check.
Will do. Oh my god.
All right. Now, this will be just kind of up to chance. So what I'm going to ask you to do is roll a d6, and you want to roll a 6.
Right.
All right, 1.
Fuck me, bro. I cannot roll well today.
You walk up to one of the doors, open it up, And you can see inside seems to be a storage unit, a large storage unit with all sorts of food, preserves, rations, and also a bit of kind of like the general inventory of this homestead. You can see that there are bedrolls here, perhaps for the less fortunate, as well as there is some coin pouches here and there stacked up in different areas as well.
Okay. As he's kind of there, he's gonna send a message to Thodain.
Okay.
Can you get him out of the office?
I genuinely have to ask, do I hear that? Because I don't trust anything right now. Okay. Yeah, sure. I'll make small talk. Shit. I'm sorry. My brain's all gone. What exactly should I be doing?
Get him out of the office.
Yeah, sure.
So I can slip in.
Yeah. Excellent. Sure. In that case, Dusk, do you mind if we just walk and talk? Don't worry, just keep this. I'd rather have a good working relationship going forwards. I don't mean to just be all interrogation all the time.
Roll a persuasion check.
Please, Lord, if I've asked you for anything before.
And now you've jinxed it.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to roll. Okay. Yes, of course. I can follow you downstairs.
Yeah.
After you.
Motherfucker's so annoyed. He's
Yeah.
so annoyed.
Okay, gonna go into the office.
Okay.
Sneak in.
I'd like you to roll a stealth check as you try and sneak through. You have advantage.
Yes. I'm gonna wait till they're like slightly bit away.
Yeah, of course. All right. You.
I don't even
open
think
the
that was with
door.
advantage.
No, it wasn't. Trying to roll again in case you get a nat 20.
Sure, yeah.
Come on, for fun.
Why not? Oh my fucking god, there we go.
It's always when Max calls it. That's such bullshit.
Okay, I think Evandra is fucking with us at this point.
Yeah. Or it's just Max.
You unlock the door. Well, you don't unlock it. You open it with a silence that creates no sound whatsoever. You head in and you can see the room is the same as it was before. Dimly lit, painting on the side of the wall. You can see the ring in the center, this kind of like teleportation circle inscribed into the ground. You can see bits of kind of cabinets on the left and the right as well. Just a general kind of altar, like prayer, really.
Hmm. He's gonna quickly note down the runes and the teleportation circle, but he's gonna look around the cabinets as well. See if
Mhm.
there's any paper, anything, any documents.
Sure thing. Roll investigation check at advantage.
Yep. 18.
18, okay. You inscribe on the paper the best you can of these runes. Just because it is very delicate, do you have painter's tools? You have... What's your ability in artisan tools?
Artisan? Oh god, where do I...
Should be in proficiencies.
Yeah. None, but he's a writer, so that's gonna count for something.
Okay, writer. Then please, if you could, roll a sleight of hand check to see how good your dexterity is.
20.
Okay. You transcribe to the best of your ability this very intricate set of runes that go around in a circular fashion. But as you begin to investigate the rest of the surroundings, the one thing that kind of stands out to you the most, these cabinets are all locked, by the way, and you can see trinkets in them, seemingly trinkets of like perhaps some magic. Your eyes aren't on anymore, are they? The detect magic, that's gone now. So you just see these kind of like glowing items that rest, some scrolls bound, but you can notice straight away that these cabinets are locked. So if you wanted to try and like steal one, it would take some effort. But apart from that, you can see that there's just these different sorts of relics that are on display. One thing that does kind of catch your eye the most, though, is the mural on the wall. Now, the mural on the wall depicts a feminine figure, which is kind of long hair out to the side, almost a tanned, darker skin to them, as Evandra is depicted. But then, because of your kind of artistic eye that you have, there's almost something like perhaps there's something hidden underneath the actual drawing, like the image is two-faced, like at
Like those
certain points.
holographic.
Kind of, but not at the
cards.
same time. It's kind of like one of those optical illusions where if you look at it at a certain angle, it seems to
Oh,
be a
gotcha.
depiction of something else, but it's hidden so well that it doesn't even that doesn't help distinguish it. The only standout parts of it that you notice is that in the kind of facial features themselves, there is almost a tinge of different posture that is almost layered on top. With a 18, you know that all of these features that are almost hidden in this painting are fine lines that are almost interconnected. And all of these lines connect down to a central point where there is almost like a bonfire of sorts, a cauldron of embers, but the fire isn't lit.
Like an actual cauldron, or in the painting, the cauldron?
Like an actual cauldron where all of these lines of the painting that you had seen through this one seem to almost connect. And you just hear the shadowy entity whisper into your ear, I think if you want to figure out who this is, a little bit of fire can help paint the picture. But it might compromise you.
Is there a window in this room?
There is.
Can I see any kind of rooftop anywhere where I could stand?
You can also
on?
see the kind of stalactites that are hanging from the ceiling because you are still in the underground part of Alakshayr. You can see where there are like formations of stone that have just been like pushed down because people have added like a cellar or something, and they've kind of reached down and created this overhang, a lip. So there's elements of floor that kind of pop out, and there's also rooftops as well that you can see.
Okay. All right. Well, if we light this fire, basically it's a ticking clock.
Well, we could always extinguish it afterwards. Don't have to leave it on.
Yeah, I know, but
Well,
I don't know if you'll know.
I know, but do you know?
Well, I don't know if he'll know as soon as we light the fire.
That's true.
Is there anything else in this room before I light this fire that catches my eye?
You see those items in the kind of shelving. The items themselves range from kind of like coins, as well as these kind of tightly bound scrolls. There's the odd kind of gemstone just kind of resting on the side. There's a couple of different things here and there.
Do the scrolls look like spell scrolls or like normal messaging?
Similar, so yeah, they are bound, so you cannot see the inscription on them. But because they are hidden behind this sort of protective glass, you assume that they are going to be somewhat magically infused. With the way that they look and with your previous kind of investigation check before, they do shimmer, and you assume that they are spell scrolls. You've seen spell scrolls before.
Okay, I'm not gonna risk just taking a random magic item that is possibly cursed. So he's gonna light the fire, but hold on.
Okay.
Can I use a mess kit to do it? What
Just
would be
bear in
less
mind.
loud?
Well, just bear in mind that any sort of fire that you do produce will cause your invisibility to disappear because it is an action.
It's either a spell or an attack that dispels.
Same thing. It's you
invisibility.
actioning something to create into the real world. Doors are kind of that grey area where you're interacting with it, but because you are kind of like flinting steel or whatever, it is essentially you interacting and giving up your illusionary form.
Okay. Then what would be quicker? I guess with a spell, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'll just do like a quick, quiet firebolt then. I'm not gonna chuck it. I'm just gonna like spawn it in my hand and then put it closer to the.
Sure. You create that kind of ember of flame in your hand and drop it in. As soon as the kind of flame touches those embers, you watch as the coals begin to burn hot red and then a vibrant green. As the green just illuminates the interior of this room, you watch as those faint lines of just paint seem to almost draw from that heat, and the green color begins to stand out more. And they trail their way up like a fuse. And you watch as these green lights emerge up. They begin to wrap around the figure of this feminine form, around the hair, around the face, around the body, around the arms. And you see the features now stand out. Still a feminine form, one that is perhaps slightly more rugged in look, darker in skin. But you begin to see almost like emblems, like iconography of runes and deities. You see different, almost like tattoos across arms, across the face, across the neck, across the forehead. A woman who is completely covered in tattoos from head to feet. And as soon as that light illuminates, you just see this silhouette of just this woman here burning. And if you want, you can roll a history check.
Yep, sure. Not my best thing, but 9.
Fine. This figure does not stand out to you as someone that you've seen or heard or know of, but with it being a hidden depiction and a hidden sort of prayer to this individual, you assume that this is something occultish. And the first thing that pops into your mind straight away is the green flames have been spoken about in tales and are referenced to as being iconography of the awoken. So that kind of sickly, necrotic feel in the air is almost completely pushed away by that kind of divine hold, that original sanctity, that protection that you had felt around this place. At first, you thought it was something holy, but instead it is manipulating that divine energy to hide this unholy presence from the eyes of the gods themselves. And you jump out the window?
I scribble down first the image of them or any like runes and the tattoos of that woman. And then I'm gonna put out the fire.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna turn the logs that were there. Or I don't know, was it like logs of wood or
Coals.
charcoal?
It was charcoal.
I'm just gonna turn them a bit so they're not on the side that was like recently lit. So it looks untouched.
Okay. You begin to cover up that beneath and just try and hide it. As you extinguish the flames, the image of this woman still stands, and you can see those eyes that are mirrored on top of Avandra's depiction just kind of stare out with this almost emotionless, crazy eyes is the only thing to kind of describe it best. Wide-eyed, determined, but also fixated on something that is maddening. You try and hide up the best to your ability. I would like you to just roll a... This would be more of a, let's say, survival check. I'll give you advantage as well. Try and hide up the tracks. Okay. Pat them out. The flames cease, and the depiction of this woman fades away, and you are left no longer invisible. Where'd you go?
Do I hear footsteps?
No one seems to have noticed. Natural 20, that's what that gets you.
I could go invisible again, or I dip out the window. But I think it would be suspicious if one of us just disappeared. Unless there, you know what, there was a big enough commotion. He's gonna misty step out the window.
Mm-hmm.
Just so he doesn't make much noise.
Yeah, sure.
While leaving.
You do need to open the window to be able to misty step out.
No, just to an unoccupied space I can see.
But you can't go through barriers. You need to go through a space. It's a mist that pushes through.
Oh, okay. It didn't say in the spell, but sure. What's the point of casting it? I'm just gonna open the window.
Just fucking go invisible. Just go invisible.
Unless I'm remembering it incorrectly, but Misty Step basically
it just says
transports you.
Briefly surrounded by silvery mist, you teleport up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space that you can see. Doesn't say anything about barriers or anything.
Yeah, because the way I always envision it is that you have to traverse through a space.
I just imagine it's because a poof poof type of thing, but
yeah, that's how I envision it. But it's also fey, so I could imagine unless it's magical, it's like goes through like very fine cracks in like glass or
yeah.
I'll allow it for this because you rolled a natural 20. I'll allow it for this, and then next time we can kind of talk about it. But if you want a Misty Step, I'll allow you to just go through.
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Just teeny bitty tiny crack in the window and then Misty Step.
It's a tiny little draft, and you just suck through there and find yourself on top of the rooftops across the way.
Close it back. And then I
All
climb down eventually.
You climb down. Thodain, you, alongside the High Priest, eventually find your way down the stairs. As you can see, Diplor is currently just sitting back, looking around as he has now collected a large selection of different shoes and trousers and belts and rings from people, as he's just kind of like, well, what can I say? All of you are just really bad gamblers, and I've done my best, okay? I try to teach you the game, but it was also my game, so I guess I'm at fault somehow. But look, all of this is mine. You don't have anything. This place, Avandra, they will guide you forward. Don't worry about it. You have nothing now. They'll give you something later, so just take this as a lesson. Don't gamble, all right? Because you're bad at it. All right, this is all mine. And he begins to shove it down into his bag of holding. Just scoop it in. Yeah, that as well. Yeah. Hey, I saw you trying to steal that. No, that's mine. You lost it. And he just shoves everything that he's won from these people. Basically thrifting them of all that they have. All right. Good doing business with all of you. Avandra, good people. This is just the way the luck rolls. He spots you, Thodain, coming down. Are we done here now? Have you asked your questions to the priest?
Yeah, we're just about wrapped up. Let's think so. Then we're speaking to someone. We'll Tell you what, we'll get going, and I'll just broadcast for Ven to meet us back at the shop.
Okay. You're within range.
Yeah.
You send the spell out. As you're about to leave, you see the high priest just kind of look you over. Thank you very much for coming by. I hope that I was able to answer all of your questions in a satisfying way.
Yeah, no, you're a great big help. So I appreciate your time, and hopefully, I mean this in the best possible way. But the last time we have to have this kind of talk. But I'll keep you updated on the investigation, and like I said, hopefully we'll get this sorted in a way that just ferret them out.
Ah, please do. I'd love to know what happens in the end. I'll be there for the trial, so you can count me to be there on either side. Whoever is most truthful, after all. That's what it's all about.
Yeah. Flip of the coin, isn't it?
Yes, that's right. You're getting Evandra now. You're getting it. Well then, I'll see you in the future some way, perhaps closer or further away. Only Evandra can decide. Take care, Thodain. And the rest of you.
Give him a nod and walk out the door.
Ben's waiting there, arms crossed. Very serious look on his face.
Right. Seeing that, I'll just go telepathically. Let's get some distance before we share any information.
I know. Just walk.
I mean, you're walking, I'm jogging because you've got longer legs.
I'll be at dwarf next time.
What does that mean? Just because you can't physically change shape, are you going to have Ven walking on their knees with a big skirt to hide the fact that their legs are bent?
I don't know. We'll see.
Let's do what they did in Lord of the Rings for the hobbits.
Jack has lost it now. He has completely lost it.
Yeah.
It's been a fucking roller coaster of a session, okay?
Mm.
Can actually then, like, do a quick, look to see if no one's looking at them right now.
Yeah, you can roll a perception check.
Okay. Perception check. God, I am blind. 20.
Okay, you look
Well,
around.
I'm not blind with that, but...
You look around and you can see a couple of priests are just standing by the side and looking over in your direction to see where you're heading off to.
Ben's gonna, like, pull Thodain into, like, a street off to the side. Not, like, aggressively, but,
Mm-hmm.
And then shift to a door. Just disguise. Bloop. Down. This better?
I mean, if it's important, do you think we're being followed?
I think they're just making sure we left and aren't sneaking back. However, we are in very, very dangerous waters. And he's gonna pull out his journal and show him the drawing of the mural. That mural of Evandra that he had in his office, this was hiding in it.
Okay. Looking at it, Max, can I do any kind of check to see if I recognize anything about it?
You can do a history check.
Oh, thank you.
I'll give you advantage.
Yay! No! What the hell did I roll?
God.
A 2 and a 4.
The drawing is... It's good, but you're not in the right headspace. You don't know what's going on. You've got theories going through. You're not really paying too much attention. Ven just said that they're watching you, and you're in a dangerous space.
Yeah. Right, okay, yeah, I'm sure. Let's get back to the shop first before. If you think it's important, maybe don't whip out in the street. Wait, I'll rephrase that.
Please do. But essentially, I believe that they do not worship Avandra, but rather the one
Yeah,
they
yeah.
thought your sister did.
Yeah, I got that vibe too, but the head priest was under a fucking spell to say otherwise, so...
This proves otherwise, though.
But I used... There's a spell, Zone of Truth. Whoever's in it has to speak the truth, and I know if it worked. And it worked.
Well, he had magical items within his drawer. Maybe there was something that could have helped him out.
Okay, magical? Did you get a sense of what kind of magic? He's a high priest. That's not uncommon.
Well, besides the giant necrotic blasting painting in front of me...
I'm sorry, did what now?
There was green flames underneath that painting, and this necrotic energy or magic was hidden beneath the holy. I first thought it was some sort of divine thing from Avandra and thought they were just running some big con game to trick people out of their money, but...
Yeah, that sounds like someone taking the lessons the wrong way. Right, okay, so...
And there was a pause. After he said something to you, there was a long pause.
What did I say before the pause?
You weren't there.
I was not there.
Just heard the end of the conversation.
Okay. Right. This is where I'm getting a bit screwy with what I can and can't intuit as Thodain. So I've got evidence saying one thing, I've got Zone of Truth saying another.
Yeah.
As I'm trying to make these things align, am I getting I'm basically asking, am I getting a headache or anything? Is my brain trying to fight through anything? I really don't want to. I'm desperately trying to avoid metagaming here.
Mm-hmm. You're going through the conversation. You're going through the leads that you've had so far. Everything that the priest had said seemed to be fairly truthful. You haven't noticed any sort of discrepancies between what you know and what they told you. Yeah. It's more so you don't know enough to guarantee that they're telling you is true. But because it is Zone of Truth, all of it was true.
Yeah.
Or at least from their perspective, it was true.
Okay.
So you're going off a lot of what they said.
Yeah.
And what they said was true, so...
Cool. Now, I just want to make sure that this wasn't in my head, so if anyone else could say it. There were a lot of avoidance answers, right? I'm not just confirmation biasing myself here. He answered some clearly, but some answers were talking around the point. Am I right in saying that?
I think there was maybe one or two, but I don't remember that that much.
Okay, because that is, you can do that on the Zone of Truth. You can talk. While still under the effect, you can.
I will say,
yeah.
I will say that it seemed like there was, if any, very little omitted. A lot of it was just said straight out.
Okay, yeah.
They weren't dodging around anything. They weren't trying to hide any truths. And any questions that were kind of brought up again, they were kind of doubling down on.
Yeah, and the ones I caught, I then re-asked and got a clear answer.
And then you got a truthful answer, yeah.
Yeah. Can I just say, Max, very well done, because now I'm in a tizzy. Okay.
What have I done?
You let me know as charmed.
You know what you did. You know what you did. Oh, I'm gonna have some words after the session.
But yeah, okay.
Why would I lie about this?
I don't think you're lying. I think something's happened, but I don't know what. Either he's not involved and someone else is.
It was in his office.
Yeah, but there's ways to make someone forget. There's ways to make someone do what you want. There's ways to make someone avoid a room entirely. Something's up in that building.
Well, whatever it is, we should probably discuss it elsewhere, because we're still just about 100 feet away from the building itself.
Yeah,
so
let's
perhaps we leave.
Get back. let's get back to
Stop
the shop.
cutting in conversations you're not invited to.
How about you shut up? I don't give a fuck about you, okay? I don't care.
Actually, I'm going to point out, we brought him here exactly to help us look into this then, and he's making a very good point.
I'm gonna try to pickpocket him just
My
for that.
God. Yes.
What do you want to do?
Pickpocket him just because
Which him?
Okay.
Which him?
Yes.
Tiplor.
Okay.
I'm not gonna pick at my own boss. You're gonna
Okay.
pay me anyways.
Roll a sleight of
You
hand
don't
check.
believe me? I'm taking your money.
17.
Okay.
I hope he rolls a natural one.
Please, it'd be so funny.
As you begin to leave and walk beside each other, you see that he has you've seen clearly where all of his stuff goes into, which is like his main bag of holding. But he also has pockets on his side. Is there anywhere that you're looking to go for?
Take the bag.
I'm being petty. I'm not stealing to steal a lot just to piss him off.
No,
Take the bag.
Take it.
Take the
Why did
bag.
he keep the
Take it.
platinum pieces?
It's in his
In the
bag of
pouch.
holding.
Would that be
Take
hard
it.
to steal?
No, it's kind of it's like a satchel. It's just hanging by his side, and you can slip your hand in there.
Sure. Better than putting it in his pocket, bro.
Okay, so you put your hand in. You feel nothing, but you know how the bag of holdings work. You need to think of what you want.
Give me those platinum pieces, baby.
Okay. You begin to think platinum pieces, and as you hold on, you feel your hand getting bigger and bigger, as if the bunches of coins are getting bigger in your palm.
Okay,
And
10 platinum pieces.
you go 10 platinum pieces.
Yeah.
Okay, so it goes from that to them. Your fist, pretty much. And you pull it out. And you have 10 platinum pieces with you.
Let's go.
One of them is just covered in blood.
Oh, well, that's wonderful.
Oh, literal blood money.
Oh well.
I was expecting the Pokemon move Hydro Pump, but it's just platinum pieces.
Swipe it off a little bit. Put it in my bag of hold. No, I'm kidding. I have a wallet. It's fine.
Okay, 10
Wallet.
platinum pieces. He's definitely not going to know that's missing.
I know.
I don't like how Max said that.
Jesus, he has so
All
much
right.
money. We have to rob this guy when he dies. I have to say this. We have to rob him. when
I
he
can buy
dies.
magic items now, bro. Let's go.
As this is all kind of happening, you're all reconvening back. For Thorn, you've had a moment where Benjamin has shared some time with Sienna, spoken to each other. At this point now, Benjamin has to go off to do his duties. As you see, his kind of boss walks through the front door. And I apologize for disrupting any conversations, but Benjamin, we need to be moving onwards with the rest of our work for today. He nods in agreement. Very well, Miss Folkane. I will... Thorn, I will see you again soon. And Sienna, pleasure to meet you. And he just kind of steadily stands up, continues locking eyes with you, Thorn.
Yeah, I'll just tell him that we're at this agency. You're afraid of, well, don't come by right now, but I'll be there.
You hear Marin, this boss of Benjamin, kind of hear that. Is that the Thodain Neath's operation?
Yeah. Why?
Oh. No, I have a lot of dealings with his father. Perhaps I will be coming by at some point. Benjamin as well. Anyway.
Okay.
And she just kind of leaves alongside Benjamin as he gives a thorough nod. And two of them leave. Hannibal re-enters the room. Is there anything else that you wish to discuss? If not, we have long days ahead of us.
Shit. There was... Wait, there was something else. We were gonna, Okay, above table. We were gonna ask for help, right? Is that something we were doing, or is that just what Caspian said, or is that just because I know Caspian said he had some allies, but
Yeah, there were a few things where we were hoping to start following the money on.
and they were. We could do it another time, though. We can go back to the reserve.
Yeah,
We're
it was
good.
mostly Frederick facing.
Yes. Yeah, we can. She'll just say, "Oh, we'll probably come back another day. We've spent a lot of the day here, but thank you for all of this. That's greatly appreciated."
There's nothing to thank. I've done nothing but reunite friends. But if you wish to come back at some later point, feel free to. As I understand, he looks over to Sienna. You helped my brother. It's very kind of you. And to some part, I owe you a reward. But if you will come back, we can discuss further, and I might be able to help you with your predicament. And he just gives both of you a bow, puts on his jacket once again, as he seems to be heading out to the city streets, and the three of you part ways. Caspian on the outside, just kind of waiting, watching, sees Hannibal leave, and then approaches the rest of you. Did it go well?
No, I found out my friend died. I'm just kidding. That was meant to be a joke. That wasn't a good one.
No, I knew you were joking. It just wasn't funny.
Damn.
Should we head back?
Yeah.
Sounds
Let's
good.
go.
And you return back to the base of operations. Before we close up this session, you all reunite back at Thodain's place of work. You can see papers are everywhere. Both Samara and Snowbear have been kind of like just going through documents here and there. A bit insane, as Samara's just kind of like, none of this makes sense to me. And, come on, you know what to do. As he's just kind of like berating her. You arrive, the intensity drops, and all of you reunite once again. Is there anything you guys wish to discuss?
I think it's a bit too much since we're nearing the end of this session.
We should also have the two other people there for the recap conversation, I think.
Let's just end with the line of, said it's probably a conspiracy.
Yeah.
Let's end with we are so fucked. Okay.
We were fucked before, we're fucked now. No. Let's
fucking quadruple fuck, bro.
No. It's Thodain's sister. She's fucked. Maybe. I don't know.
As all of you do reunite, Thodain, as you're kind of like entering and just kind of looking around, you do see Caspian just look towards you. That wasn't there before. My friend, you've been hexed. If you could please just stand still, and I will remove it from you.
Can we please end on the line of Thodain going, fuck?
Cut to black.
Sure.
Yes. Director Robert E. Wilde.
Yeah.
Whatever it is.
Yeah. It's curb your enthusiasm, dude.
Wouldn't it be nice?
Just JoJo freeze frame ending.
I love that we have a walking detect magic on us. Thanks, Caspian.
It's so fucking insane that you guys made friends with this guy, because fuck me.
Okay, first of all, he made friends with us.
Yeah,
honestly.
Max, you're correct. Fuck you.
Yeah, fuck you.
What the I am so glad I decided to be a nosy ass bitch this session. I'm so glad.
So beautiful. I fucking love both of you so much. You are
Thank
so
you,
all
Robbie.
those bad
You are my
rolls.
favorite people on this earth. You are so amazing. Jesus fucking Christ. You're awesome. That's
What happens when you
amazing.
actually go out your limits and press the button, you know?
Listen,
Yes.
all the bad rolls were there just to like push out the good ones there at the end,
Yeah.
the ones
Mhm.
that mattered, not me
Yes.
trying to seduce a fucking
Yes.
50-year-old.
The fucking
Like-
nat 20s. Oh my
Robbie,
god.
thank you for because I figured it out, but then I rolled so shit after that, and then you actually
I mean,
salvaged
it wasn't even
Right,
that
you were
bad of a
right.
wisdom saving throw. It was just like he had a high DC.
As soon as Jack said it, I was like, oh. I was like, try and keep myself
I
composure.
know. No, because like I never fucking crossed my mind. I was like,
Yeah,
there's so many
I liked when
people.
my
Came out
favorite
of
part
nowhere,
that
really. Like you
was-
saying that was just like out of
Yes.
nowhere. I was just like,
Yeah.
oh
Yes,
my
and
god.
then as I
Connected
started
just-
thinking about it, I was like, oh, that's
Yeah.
that's
I
But
did
yes.
not.
Look,
my mind did not go there until you said it. I was like, "What? Wait."
And
So
he
my
was
brain
texting me, he was
just
like, is this
put
like
together
too
the-
far? I'm like, nah, you're good. This is probably
yeah,
it.
my favorite part was when you said, "Nah, that's a bit of a reach." Then Max gave you a look, which was just like, "No, actually."
Actually.
Actually,
yeah,
you
no,
were
I just-
entirely right.
I can't tell you which one thing it was, but it's the general vibes, the use of the language, and the fact that every bit of preaching didn't have anything to do with chance.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And
They were
it
forcing.
just-
They were forcing. There was no.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's no leaving
Yeah.
up to chance. They were trying to force these people into service.
yeah, and
Like, even
then
if
with the
you-
fact that
yeah, go ahead.
and then he's the one who dobbed my sister in. It's just like, okay, yeah, no, of course. What's the best way to avert suspicion of you being a member of this cult? Be the one who accuses others. It's like any story where Robin Hood's working with the Sheriff of Nottingham.
And
No one
then-
thinks it's him.
Who
Yeah,
smelt it,
another
dealt
thing-
it. You know what I mean?
Another thing though is that he's mentioning Calliope a lot, so she's definitely roped in on this as well.
I mean, here's the thing.
Either she's like
Yeah.
they're also trying to throw her under the bus,
Yeah.
or like trying to give you a red herring, or
So,
she
like,
is actually involved.
Yeah, my thoughts with Calliope are either she's actually fully on board of the whole Evandra thing. It's like, to use an example from of all things, Marvel, Hydra were within S.H.I.E.L.D., okay,
Yeah.
but they had plenty of agents who were legitimately S.H.I.E.L.D., because that was the best cover, have people who legitimately believe in the cause. Calliope could be legitimately a member of
Yeah.
Church
Yeah,
of
she could have
Evandra,
been just strung along.
or she could be their strongest champion of the Awoken. So I'm
Or
interested to see how that could work.
Yeah, they're like trying to throw her under the bus, being like, "Well, she
Max
did
is
this,
just
blah, blah, blah."
evilly smiling into the camera. It's scary, bro.
Yeah, but I'm riding high off that deduction. So
Great fucking work. Like chef's kiss. That was beautiful.
It was a combination of several things that
Beautiful.
happened like all at once. Like having Ven ask for distraction and go up to find out what's going on, to hear that there was something very strange where it was just silence and then, goodbye, to investigating further, the natural 20 on the fucking stealth check, Thodain's entire kind of investigative work and just kind of trying to deduct. Just a shame that you rolled too low on the saving throw. But yeah, it was all very good stuff. And then we had fucking emotion from fucking Cassie.
Yeah,
Cassie,
I was
didn't
gonna
think you had emotion
say.
in you.
top
That
No,
was
tier
amazing,
performance.
Cassie.
It's so funny because Jack texted me and he was like, "Hey, are you good?" I'm like, "Dude, I'm fine."
Yeah.
It's called acting.
Yeah, and a lot of actors pull from somewhere when they do scenes like that. So
I just want you to know, I don't know who's in the little music thingy I have with the link.
I totally forgot.
Okay, then it was Jack, I think.
no, I've not been in it since the session started.
Some random
Who
guy
the
from
fuck
nowhere.
is in it then? Leonie?
Oh my god,
Uh,
if it's Frey, it's Frey.
Frey,
Hi
watching from
Frey, if
beyond.
you're watching from beyond the grave. No, but Yuka, I wish you were in it because your lines synced up so well to the
Really?
music. I was like, God damn, this is gonna make me cry. What the hell?
Okay, well now I really wish I was in there. But
I told you to
yeah,
I'm never
like,
DJing again.
Can I just say, I really hate the fact that my camera's not on for this session, because that's my best Thodain moment so far,
I know.
unequivocally. But also, I was frantically noting shit down this entire session. Like, I was almost like, if the camera was on, I would have probably tried to pull out a cork board in the background so you could
It's
see
just
me
very-
actually doing that.
It's just very funny because like the entire time the whole fucking Crimson and the priest having a therapist, a very butchered therapist. I'm just feeling like waves of disappointment from this corner right here below me. Just like death glares and father
No.
disappointed in me vibes.
Also, yeah, now because apparently one of the characters I'm dadding at has a better dad. So now I've got to be
You
the
gotta
fun
step
dad
it up,
now.
man. Gotta step
Okay,
it up.
Thorn's getting a pony and a gun. That's it. That's the only way I can
Yay.
be the fun
Oh
dad
no,
now.
Hell
the
yeah.
gun.
Hell
Rewards
yeah.
are needed.
No, whenever I first like had the idea of Benjamin, I was like, it's just like a brother figure. And then Max started talking, and I was like, dude, this is her dad. What the fuck? This is her dad. Like, Jesus. And also, what the you took all of his hands and feet. Why did you do that?
Yeah.
I was so upset. I was like, oh god, now I'm
It
gonna
was
cry.
very
But, like,
sad, but you know what? My friends texted me, one of them that was watching.
Actually, I don't want to know. Actually,
Your
His legs were cut
friends.
off. His arms were cut off.
no.
I don't know if
God.
anyone knows that audio.
I know
If you're
it.
listening to this, Robbie's friends, you're fucked.
You're fucking sick.
Oh,
We
they
love it.
know. It's
We
okay.
love
We
it.
still love them. Yeah, we do.
But yeah, that was a good session.
Well, we should probably end it here before we go on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Oh, geez. Well, thank you very much
another
for.
month-long hiatus.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
hopefully it was
very
worth it.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Sorry again for the long wait. Been busy, but we're back at the swing of things. So thank you very much for rejoining us as we dive back into the story itself. If you want to keep up to date with everything that goes on, we do have a social media account, Instagram, Rolex Play, as well as YouTube, Twitch, same name.
If you ever
everywhere
want to
else.
rewatch the sessions.
Yeah, if you want to rewatch the sessions, we also do some gaming weeks and so on and so forth. So if you just stay in tune there, you'll be up to date with everything that we do. But yeah, see you next time. Hopefully you enjoyed. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Now here's the.
Hope you can't see me wave.
Yeah.
Bye.
Am I have to press again?
One of you wave twice for me.
There we go.
No.
Thank you, Max.
There you go.
There you go.
Oh, I told this.